How about we do a roll call?
That sounds good, Chair.
Yay.
We'll start with you.
I am here.
Okay, good. Supervisor Arroyo. Here. Supervisor Wilson.
Present.
Supervisor Madrone.
Here.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Full house. Just salute the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Best part of the meeting every time. Madam CAO, any modifications, changes, or?
Good morning, Chair Bohn. There are a couple modifications to the agenda today. Item D12 is being pulled from the agenda and will return next week as a departmental item. Item I1 and items J12 will be heard first, immediately following public comments. I'm sorry, I think I said J12, I meant J2.
We were missing the other 8. With that, we'll go to the consent calendar. Anything on the consent calendar anybody wants to address? All right, I've got a couple. First is, and I'm not sure if anybody is here for this, they're probably working, is proclamation in honor of Child Support Awareness Month.
I'm here, Chair Bohn.
Oh, you are. I look.
I blend in well.
Okay, now that there is somebody, sorry, I looked right past you. Whereas August is Child Support Awareness Month, an annual time to raise awareness about critical income support programs that help millions of children and families, and whereas in fiscal year 2023, child support programs nationwide collected $29.6 billion and served 1 in 5 children in the United States. 1 in 5. In 2023, our local child support program distributed $10,016,901 directly to families in Humboldt and Trinity counties. Whereas in 2023, our local child support program increased the number of cases with support orders for families by 1.8%. Child support is recognized nationwide as one of the most effective government programs, collecting $4 for every $1 spent. Whereas our local child support program is providing engagement, education, and crucial financial support to our community, now therefore be resolved, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors proclaims August 2024 as Child Support Awareness Month and commends the North Coast Regional Child Support Team for their commitment to serving the families of our community. Signed August 20th, 2024.
And Chair Bohn, just a point of order that you're going to allow one public commenter on proclamations to accept at the very end. Thank you.
Very much. That's why we keep you around.
Touch and go on a daily basis.
No, yeah, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Bennett Hoffman. I'm the director of the Child Support Department. I want to thank you, Chair Bohn, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this recognition of the Child Support Program and our department today. I want to acknowledge our staff today and thank them for their hard work and dedication to the Child Support Program and the families we serve in Humboldt County. As a department, we serve about 5,000 families in Humboldt County, and we continue to strive to meet families where they are and be a neutral third party for families in transition. One of the focuses of our department over the last couple years, and something we've been working really hard on this month with Child Support Awareness is just outreach to the community. Our staff have been working hard to continue to educate the community about our services, making sure as many people as possible know what we can do and how we can help. We've increased our advertising efforts. We're attending community events as staff time allows. And we're soon going to be moving from our current location to multiple locations throughout the county. We know for sure we're going to be in the courthouse in the next couple months, so we're really excited about that. We'll have a presence here. And then we're also working on co-locating with DHHS at some of their facilities. And we are still considering a presence in southern Humboldt as staffing allows. So again, I want to thank the board today so much for your acknowledgement of this recognition of child support awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, yeah, we can clap. Go ahead. And this is one of the fun ones we get to do. We're going to recognize a local group that, I mean, it's all fun. Some is more fun than others. Josie, I'd like if you would step up. Josie from Lost Coast Camp out in Petrolia. You guys may have read the story back in this summer where, podium. You don't have to come all the way up.
I can be here.
Yeah, you can be there.
Yeah.
Whereas 2 counselors and 4 campers, I believe, came across an unconscious man. It was written up in the New York Times. When I was out there visiting here this summer, the New York Times and I think the LA Times were both calling to make appointments to interview Josie and one of the counselors that made this life-saving rescue of this young man. And it's a pretty interesting story, but I've got commendations. I'd like Josie to tell the story a little bit, and then afterwards in the comment periods, if the kids want to come up and tell their story, it would be great. But I think Steve is real familiar with Lost Coast Camp, and this is it's a great camp. They had a little trials and tribulations the last few years having to move their camp, and they ended up with a better camp and right by the river and everything else. So I have certificates for Jack Davis was one of the counselors, and what happened is they found an unconscious man on the trail, and what they did, the kids had all, I keep calling them kids, young people, had all gotten to the area where they'd taken a 1-day first aid course the day before. The counselors were obviously well trained in what to do, and when they found this unconscious individual, they immediately gave support. But since the kids had their training, they knew right what to do. They set up their camp stove, got warm water, so they could help the counselors revive, save, used a satellite phone to call the Coast Guard in. It was pretty good. But I've got a commendation for Jake Davis and Solomon Reinman, who couldn't be here today, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They couldn't be here because they're in their mid towards upper 20s and they have professional lives. But lucky for all of you, I've brought 3 of our backpackers who were part of that teen leadership camp. And Lost Coast Camp, for those of you that don't know us, we just had our 27th year, so we are a permanent fixture. Downstairs in the waiting room, I had some little girl come up to me and say, "Hi, Josie, I'm so glad to see you." And I didn't really remember her name because we'll have 150 kids during this summer, but I was glad she was glad because camp is for the kids. So I'd love to just quickly introduce you and bring up 3 of these. Perhaps first Talon. Will you come up, Talon?
And understand these kids are in a little bit of grief right now because they're having to miss school for this, so they want to get back to their academics as soon as possible, so please understand.
So do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Talon, I'm 13, I'm also Josie's grandson. I went to the teen leadership or the backpacking trip. I was on the other group, so I didn't meet the unconscious man, so I don't have much to talk about with that one. I learned how to cook on the little camping stoves, how to filter water, how the filters work, rules like don't hike alone, and to carry a satellite.
That's it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
It.
That's great.
That satellite phone was a real important part, and I think since then, the King Range people, Bureau of Land Management, they're adding that to what you really should bring. Okay, and then we have here Levi, who came to be known in the group as Levis, because there's always another Levi. Anyway, can you tell us a little bit about who you are?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Levi Scaglione, and in the camp community, I go by Levis because there's some other kids named Levi, and it's much less confusing. And I'm kind of newer to Lost Coast Camp. I joined about 4 years ago, but couldn't really do some years because COVID got in the way. But I really think that the teen leadership is very important because it definitely helped me like communicate and really feel better with some other people that I was around with. And the day before the backpacking trip, we had the fire community come out and teach us a little bit about what we should do in a situation, an emergency situation where we found maybe somebody who needed instant help. And I mean, we all knew that out there on Black Sands Beach or Shelter Cove, way out there, there's you can't really like just pick them up and bring them out to the fire department or the ER. It's kind of, you gotta figure out what you gotta do with the stuff that you have on your back. And so I remember she taught us a lot about different things we should stay away from. Don't eat mushrooms that you don't know, like 100%. Don't eat other things.
Yeah, yeah.
And she taught us that a lot of stuff about how we can use our sleeping rolls to sling up an arm or sling up a leg that may have been broken, and then maybe how to make a stretcher out of some sheets or something, or
Good
maybe
on.
a tarp.
Good.
It was very, very interesting.
Well, I'm looking forward to having Levis join us next year. Coming up, we're going to go to the Trinities.
His communication skills are killing it.
He's
Nice
good.
job.
Okay, and then we have Jasper Rathman.
Hello, I'm Jasper Rathbun, and I was on the group that found the man. And so I was there with Solomon and Jack, and it was a really crazy day, obviously. We had just gotten out onto the trail, and we had already had a couple problems. One person, their pad had fallen off their backpack, so we had to run back and forth a bunch. We were kind of finally getting into it. We had our whole group together, and we walk up onto a little, off the beach a little bit, and we find this guy, and he's at first we didn't even know what was going on, but really, really quickly, within seconds, our counselors realized something was wrong, and they jumped into action. And because we had gotten that training the day before, all of us knew what was going on, so we were able to see what the counselors were doing. Me and my friend Francis, we were one of the 2 oldest people in our group. So we took the opportunity to try to help everyone, the younger kids in our group, kind of stay calm. We got us all 15 feet away, put all our stuff down, let us just settle down because we knew we might be here for a while. And then, whenever they needed something, we just tried to be as quick as we could to help out our counselors do the great work that they were doing.
Nice job. And Jasper, how old are you now?
I'm 15.
So he would have been about 4 or 5 when we dedicated the bridge to his grandparents? Yeah. You've grown a little bit, son.
I'm not short, he's tall, just to be clear. Anyway, thank you all so much. And Steve, I just particularly want to tell you that I believe that your best granddaughter, Madison, was Talon and Jasper's day camp leader.
Wow. That brings back fond memories,
Yeah.
Josie.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
I would like that, yes.
Come on, kids.
Come on, all of us. You're going to give me a copy of this one? Good. Here, we got it? We got it. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you. We are perfect, thank you.
Is she gonna get to tell us what happened?
Yes, she's gonna tell you right now.
Oh, so.
Into the mic, you can, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. So thanks to having that sat phone, and thanks to CAL FIRE, let's hear it for CAL FIRE. They were on the site with a helicopter. I believe it took them about almost 40 minutes to get there. And then they evac'd this man from this Central Valley. They took him to the hospital, and they were able to release him not too long after that. And what happened was a little bit still unknown, but there's nothing dangerous out there on the Lost Coast. Okay?
Thank you. And I would, and if you want to know the whole story, go to Lost Coast Camp Saves Life, and you'll get a numerous amount of news stories, and they did do a good job.
Mr. Chair.
And I was going to say, Josie, after we make comments, you guys can pack up, because I know those kids are just desperate to get back to school. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Well, you young gentlemen, thank you for your incredible work out there. I know it's a fantastic experience, and as was said, some of you then come back later as counselors as well, which is a fantastic thing. My daughter, Jamie Madrone, was part of the camp 25 years ago when it first was beginning. And then, as you mentioned, my granddaughter, Madison, who now works for CASA here in Humboldt County. She not only attended the camp for years, but then became a counselor as well. And I will say that it was a really incredible, life-forming experience for her to not only go to the camp, but to also come back as a counselor. And I have to say, Josie, your family deserves so much credit for the incredible dedication that you've given this camp for so long, having to move it when that became necessary, and just keeping it alive and keeping it move forward. And I know Supervisor Bohn has been very helpful as well in terms of helping with permitting and just getting us all through the process to keep it alive. So thank you for your dedication to these children and to that community. Appreciate it.
Thank you, back.
Thank you.
And if you get a chance, get out there and see the new camp. Josie got to put a lot of everything they wanted, and good time to give a shout out to Planning and Building for working so well with them to make that happen. So,
Absolutely.
thanks, Josie. Anybody else? Nothing? Good stuff? Okay. Thanks. All right, I like good stuff. With that, I will open the consent calendar up to public comment.
So neat to hear the last story we had. For those of you who know, children, dogs, old people, and animals are who I help, and for the people who can do this for kids, it's fantastic. I have a copy of the Proclamation for Child Support Awareness Month. I'd like to get a card from you sometime. Unfortunately, I feel this is something where no matter how much money you throw at something, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. In Humboldt County, we have some of the highest ACEs scores. I don't know if it's in the nation. For our area, we have just about all the most negative stats you could have. And my opinion is that this is a multi-generational situation in Humboldt County, where, as in my little friends that I come here frequently for, they don't get the help they need. In fact, they get the opposite of what they need. We have a proliferation here of multi-generational molestation, child abuse, and we don't seem to be able to get a handle on it. And that's a leadership problem, in my opinion. Won't mention names here at this time, but it does cause me a lot of angst to see we can't fix that problem. That's our main job here, is to make sure our children come forward. When you have a young child who, when asked what she would like to have for Father's Day, she says, "I'd like to chop my dad's head off and watch the blood come out." When you have the son who also has things, and he's diagnosed with basically some very negative things, homicidal and suicidal tendencies, and they're not getting help. So what chance do these children have if we can't get help through CWS and some other organizations here to preclude that? There's no future here. If our children are coming across, why do we have so many people that have so many social problems? It's proliferated, and we can stick our heads in the sand and say, hey, it's not a problem, we're doing the best we can, we're throwing money at it, but until this actually gets fixed, I really am not optimistic as far as us having as many productive, happy children turning into productive, happy adults, and that's our future here. So I hope you address this. I hope you take this seriously. I hope you take this Awareness Month and think about what I'm saying and be aware of it all month, everybody out there, to try and help the children, especially these children who are put in the positions that they're in, and I really feel sorry for them. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. I'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval of the consent calendar,
Second.
minus D12.
With that, it's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Now we will get public comment on non-agenda items.
Ken Sawatsky, I wear clothing like this shirt's way too big for me. I traded this hat for 6 shirts of a person who'd passed on. This is obviously a Christmas gift or a gift of that nature. I have a wonderful pocket watch. I think I might have it in my pocket here. And this is wonderful. Somebody kept their whole life probably with this pocket watch. Time. Time is what we all want to have more of. We don't. I kind of like to listen to things from the past, and I feel connected when I have that watch in my pocket, my shirt on. Our time's limited here. So last meeting, I was extremely irritated. Supervisor Bohn tried to curtail my freedom of speech. He used a very big word that I was incendatory. Incendatory? Can't even say it today, Rex. You said it and I couldn't. So, you know, I find when the chair treats people in a manner which I refer to as air, and you all feel it from time to time, I felt it up here, it's inappropriate. And so I'm going to sanction and admonish Supervisor Bohn for being air. Arrogant, ignorant, and rude is what the acronym stands for. And I don't think it's proper. I don't think it should represent what the county does as far as their chair doing here. And I don't know, maybe you agree with me or not. The person who was in competition, I guess we don't have a timer today. Person who was in competition regarding being the most air in the thing, she resigned from the Blue Lake City Council. That's on today's thing. She resigned because she felt that public backlash every month was draining. The people who came to the meeting were against pretty much everything the city was doing, and it was exhausting. She said, public commenters at the meeting, and she was thanks. Next, the public commenters at the meeting thanked McKay for her service in the council. I thanked her. Very confrontational, but I thank everybody from your service. I told any of you, same with you folks, if I'm not here when you step down for whatever reasons, I thank you for your service, even though we may butt heads continually. It is a rough job. But to have the public feel like they can't speak here, to be chilled, and to be pushed around because they're exercising their First Amendment right is not appropriate. And it's not appropriate for anybody here to be in a hostile environment because of the chair's attitude. So I'm making myself quite clear on this topic, I believe. This person said it was difficult. So as far as any of you up here, I guess the term is toughen up buttercup, because what you dish out is probably what you're going to receive from me. There will be no holds barred. When I have an opinion, or there's an opinion out here from people in the group out here, I will express their opinion if I agree with it, and I will be direct. I use my words. I never threaten violence. The tongue is sharper than the sword. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll close that. And I think people should understand our democracy encourages us to express different opinions and beliefs, and the County of Humboldt and this board values the Constitution and a person's First Amendment right to speak. Public comments at board meetings should not disrupt public process, and that the public's right to speak should not infringe on the rights and protections of others. As a county, we are committed to protecting and preserving the values of democracy and freedom for all Humboldt County residents. The safety of the public is always the board's top priority. With the right to free speech comes the opportunity to speak about things that are unsubstantiated, untrue, or harmful to those who are most vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. I encourage the public to do their due diligence and not take everything they hear at face value. And when I was elected over 12 years ago, I did not give up my First Amendment rights either. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And with that, we will move on to the grippers. The grippers, the sign up on that we're taking partnership with Caltrans, and Hank Seaman will give a short presentation on I-1.
Good morning. Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director. This item regards a proposed maintenance agreement between County of Humboldt and Caltrans for a historical marker at Berry Summit along Highway 299 to honor the history of skiing on Horse Mountain. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bohn. Public Works was asked to facilitate this. I'll have a short staff report, and then you can hear directly from Butch Matthews and other supporters of the historical marker. So Horse Mountain is located just south of Highway 299, has a really extensive history of skiing. One of the benefits of Horse Mountain is its close proximity to the Humboldt Bay area. And what's proposed is a kiosk at the Caltrans Vista Point, similar to the photo that's shown on the right. And the agenda packet included the full content of the proposed historical marker. There's 8 panels. They've been put together with photographs, maps, timelines, excerpts from old newspapers, and the history of skiing at Horse Mountain goes back to the 1930s. Humboldt State's been involved. Just a lot of individuals and families from Humboldt County have contributed to making just a really vibrant history of skiing up there. And so the Berry Summit Vista Point is on the state highway system, so county roads are not involved. But Caltrans policy, which is a statewide policy, they do not work directly with individuals for any improvements at rest areas or vista points or art on the state highway system. So they require a public agency become the official sponsor. And so that puts Humboldt County in the middle. So we've been asked to be the sponsor for this historical marker at Berry Summit. And so Caltrans has a standard maintenance agreement, and that was provided to us, and a copy is in the agenda item. And so the group that's sponsoring the historical marker, they're offering to pay for all the materials and to pay for the construction. So county expenses would be limited to continuing to work on administering the maintenance agreement and then the subsequent encroachment permit. The group of supporters has also offered to monitor the marker, the kiosk signs, and to, provide upkeep and maintenance. So that's, that's a great development. In the future, if the citizen group is not able to maintain the sign to an acceptable level, then the county would need to take steps to provide that maintenance. And so part of accepting or approving the maintenance agreement would also be committing the general fund to be available to provide that future maintenance if needed. So the recommendations for this item are to hear public comment, to affirm that funds from the Humboldt County General Fund will be available to fund the maintenance responsibilities described in the attached maintenance agreement between the County of Humboldt and Caltrans, and then to approve and authorize the chair of the board, the public works director, and the clerk of the board to sign the attached maintenance agreement. That ends the staff report.
Thanks. Michelle?
Thank you. I'm wondering, the group that's going to do the maintenance, do they have, how much dedicated funds do they have set aside for that?
I think Butch Matthews could address that. He'll be one of the speakers coming up.
Okay, and secondly, what would be the hit to the general fund for maintenance, say that maintenance can't be provided by the group going forward?
It's really difficult to predict because we don't know the extent of the maintenance. I mean, it could range from a few $100s to, if there's significant repairs, a few $1,000s. It would be intermittent, but it's really hard to predict.
Well, and then there's staff time for people to go up there, right?
That's right.
So it's not just the maintenance portion of it. Okay, well, I would like to know what the dedicated funds are set aside for that and how they are raising funds to continue that work forward.
With that, I will take the presentation from the Butch. You want to head it up? Good to see you, Linda.
Good morning, supervisors. Rex promised me a teleprompter, and I see that's another childhood joke he played on me. But I'll try to wing it right here. I grew up and raised in Eureka, class of Eureka High, 73. And I was lucky enough to live across the street from the Walsh family. Some of them are in attendance here. And Mary Walsh, the matriarch, is 101 as of last week. And so living across the Walshes, they introduced me to skiing in 1968. And it was just a wonderful experience for my life and then the whole community. And on a given day in the 60s and 70s, there'd be 400 or 500 people skiing up there. So it was a big deal. Everybody participated. But the history started in the 30s. And people like Al Bro and Bill Hilfiger and certainly Dr. Walsh were the pioneers, and they put out all the energy and made it happen up there. So the purpose of our markers is to, honor that, the memories of all those people that put out that effort. And so we, with the help of Weldon Benzinger, a beloved physics and chemistry teacher at Eureka High. He's kind of the archivist, and he collated over 5,000 photos and newspaper articles and everything. So we tried to, have a complete history of the, nearly 90 years of skiing up there. The county's been wonderful to work with. Hank has been supportive all along. I'm not sure, Weldon was his teacher, if that had any influence on that or not. but he's great to work with. And at Caltrans, we had Tom Fitzgerald, Brandon Larson, and Aaron Ponte. They were also amazing to work with. And so our goal, if you approve the agreement today, is to do our installation about a month from now, September 20th. And the Hilfiger family, whose their business has been in town here for over 100 years, well known for their construction, they're going to fabricate the steel frame that's going to support the artwork. And it should, you know, prior to the work this spring when they added restrooms to the top of the Berry Summit, there was a kiosk there for 50 years, and it was made with 4x4 steel post and, you know, fairly crude construction. And it was in great shape after 50 years. Ours is, you know, it's Hilfiger built, so it's, you know, it's overbuilt, and it's steel construction. The artwork was designed by a local graphic artist that specializes in interpretive signs. They're going to be printed on industrial strength materials that you see at trailheads in Yosemite or anywhere. And so they're in great shape. They'll last for 15, 20 years. At the same time, we have the original set made. We're going to have a duplicate set, so we'll be squared away. So the Kirk Cesarelli, who's our engineer in the project, he's in the audience here. I'm not sure if he wants to speak or not, but he can certainly help field any questions. If we're lucky enough to get it approved today, we'd like to invite you all to come up on the 20th. We're going to have quite a celebration up there. There'll be a lot of Horse Mountain swag around, and a lot of the pioneers that started the skiing there are excited to be in attendance. So.
Kirk, you want to finish off and just so you know, I checked with Trinity County and theirs over there, and the maintenance has been minimal. And the nice thing about this is set up right between, it's going to be by the new rest area where the new bathrooms are and everything else. So it's right next to the freeway. So I don't think vandalism is going to be a problem. And I've seen the structure that Kirk's designed. So because it's Caltrans, and thank goodness that they're, you know, are there to keep an eye on this. But I think the maintenance, the threat of maintenance by us, as Hank said, is probably going to be so minimal, I don't think it'll even be noticed. But
yeah, just just the Walsh family alone, 11 children. There's probably 30 grandkids. You know, so there's generational interest to keep it looking good.
I remember drinking a lot of blackberry brandy up there in the 70s. I couldn't ski worth a damn, but I could drink.
As far as the design of the structure, we took the design from a Caltrans kiosk that is pre-approved by Caltrans. It's kind of all over the state. One is in Weaverville at their rest area there. We really don't know how it could be disturbed by vandalism. We're going to put rocks around it so it can't be run into by cars. It's 6x6, 3/8 steel tubing that are the posts, and the structure's bulletproof, really. It's got 1/8 inch steel panel that's going to be behind the artwork to support it. There shouldn't be any kind of wind damage or rust. I mean, these things happen. It'd be 100 years before anything like that would need to be replaced. And as far as the importance of this, you know, the history is significant. I was class of 1980. It was part of my growing up experience. My neighbor was Ray Jerland, who was the county assessor. He was a ski patrolman up there. Ralph Krause was my science teacher at Winship High, and he was the head of the ski patrol. The Walsh family was special in that it was a family-run ski area. How special was that for Humboldt County? And it has a lot of significant memories and a lot of people. I expect that ribbon cutting to be a big event, and it should be a special event for memorializing something that is significant in Humboldt County's history. So we hope you can agree with us that this is worth our endeavors, and it's been a multi-year project to get it to this stage. I think it's been 7 years. So we're happy to see it put to bed. We're hoping that you can put the nail in the coffin today and see it forwarded. You got any questions about the maintenance or the structure's structural integrity? Please fire away.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I was just curious on funding for maintenance, if you have a, fund set aside, or if personal people are going to fund that, or?
Well, we have eyes on the site. The Grippers is a loose organization that really is just a bunch of individuals that are going to be taking care of it. We'll be passing by it, and really our name should be, a phone number should be applied maybe, that, hey, you've got some trash up there, or you've got issues that need to be addressed. These will be addressed by the individuals that are presently sponsoring it. We hope you see our good faith and that we have resources to continue that kind of effort.
Yeah, many of the group have summer places that are within 15 miles of the site, and so we all have a self-interest in preserving that. Yeah, one thing that's kind of just thought of is, as far as maintenance, there are still parts of the old Horse Mountain ski area that are up there in the mountain that are doing fine. Yeah, which is interesting.
We ski up there to this year. You know, the snow levels are variable, like they didn't used to be. They were consistent and stable before. Global warming has affected, or some kind of climate change has affected the snow levels up there. But we do ski up there. We're around that site. There's dozens of us that have eyes on it, that will be have personal interest to see it maintained, and we don't see what kind of maintenance will be required, but we are available for that maintenance.
All right, I will open it to public comment now. Thanks, you guys.
Ken Sawatsky, in Spanish or Mexico, Michelle, dinero es no problema, maintenance. So if they'd have me join the group, they probably won't. I'd be happy to join. It was a wonderful place to grow up, and Rex is rolling his eyes at me. But we were there, and I was reminiscing with Supervisor Madrone a little while back in, I was class of 72. This was a place where students and people could go to recreate and enjoy and have a great time without having to spend a lot of money, pay lift ticket things and off to Shasta or big long trips. Great times there. If somebody had an interest in a glove consortium or something, they would have made a lot of money. Those rope tows wore them out. Even if you got the grippers, it was a rough fight. I always found it interesting. By the end of the day, the slopes started turning blue. And the reason they were turning blue was because a lot of people had brand new Levi's on, and the dye from the Levi's were actually coming off the thing. Kids grew up there, had a wonderful time. It was fantastic. Thank you for the Walsh family and having done that, keeping this for all these years. And there's one other monument I'd like to see gone, and that's a skeleton right on the top of the hill there where there was a prior growth site. I think John will take care of that one. But wonderful thing. Strongly support this particular project, and I'd be happy to help fund it if there's any lack of funding as necessary. It's kind of a great memory for all of us young people, and something that I have great fond memories for. Quite the experience up there. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Patty, Linda, Scott? All right. I knew I just had to prompt Scott down. No.
For the record, Scott Schick. I was up there and with all that history, and when I was in college here, and I learned to ski better, and with Jackie Walsh, my good friend. But the tree that starts, you know, you learn how to ski, you learn to love it, you share it with your family, you're up in Squaw Valley, Kirkwood, Heaven, and all my kids ski, it kind of branches out and just exposes a lot of kids. Even in my work as a juvenile justice chief, we did skiing at Kirkwood on a weekly basis. So that history kind of sheds its light, and I would assure the commission that I'm a professional weed eater now, so if we have to do anything maintenance or anything up there, we'll be on it and keep it right and keep it nice and presentable. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Madrone, I want to thank him for all the efforts he's put out on this.
Thank you, Chair Bohn, and yours as well. Kudos to this group. I mean, 7 years, and really, I think it was probably in many people's minds for many years before that to create a memorial up there. But your dedication to working with county staff, thank you, Hank, for your efforts here, and Tom Fitzgerald at Caltrans. I mean, everybody's really worked hard to try and figure this out. Julia Peterson and Tom, you know, and Caltrans have made such amazing new improvements up there with the bathrooms, the electric vehicle charger, the picnic area, and this is just going to add to the wealth and the beauty of that site. It's long been a favorite place for all of us who drive that highway to pull off and enjoy ourselves, but no bathrooms, right? So now we have bathrooms. There'll be something to look at. It is really quite a memorial. Yes, the snow was far more consistent back in the 70s and the 80s. When I lived in Blue Lake in the early 80s, I could just take my skis and walk over to the freeway on-ramp and just hang out there and get a ride all the way up to the mountain and all the way back into Blue Lake. So I have many fond memories of that site. I applaud you for the efforts you've made, and I like the part about the multi-generational, the grandkids. So it's not just a bunch of us old-timers saying, hey, we want to do these things, and then we're gone. It's also your kids, your grandkids, and I know that there will be a strong dedication to keeping the place clean and nice, and also the forethought to create a second set of displays so that if needed, they're ready to go as well. So I applaud you all for your dedication, and I appreciate the support of this board to do something. I know we have tight budgets and everything, but I really don't see this as a significant burden at all because you're all going to be there taking care of it, so thank you.
Yeah, I remember, I think Linda sold hot chocolate, and Patty just got underfoot, and Jackie would ski like hell, and the historical, and you heard the names earlier, Kraus, Benzinger, you hear those people that have been here forever, and people we looked up to back in the day. So I am glad to have got to help on this a little bit. Your commitment to this, as Butch said, 7 years, I remember. Think this is a good idea? No, but go for it. So I'm not worried in the least bit, and Butch, Linda, always love it when people from the old neighborhood show up. We had quite a bit of fun back then. So anyway, with that, I'll entertain Supervisor Arroyo.
Was that a motion? I wasn't clear.
No, I'll
on
let
that.
you take it. You can.
Oh, I just have a comment about this. It's a little bit of an unusual circumstance with this being, you know, kind of an amorphous organization of people who are passionate about a common thing, and I can appreciate the effort that's gone into this, and I am supportive. And I just want to make a couple of comments because I think this opens up the door to potential other requests from community groups that I think would like to see something similar. I know of at least a couple, and you know, this is a little bit unusual because it is at the Caltrans rest area, and you know, so there's going to be inherently some visibility and some maintenance of the general site going on. And I am, again, supportive of doing this. I think moving forward, if there are other groups that want to do something similar, my preference would be to see a maintenance agreement with that group in turn. That's a little bit, that protects the county a little bit more from potential costs down the road. So I think, you know, under these circumstances with this particular group not having, you know, an organization like a nonprofit or an organization that
it sounds like you don't have any formal organization, but you are a group of people who are very dedicated to this cause. I think, I can definitely be supportive of this going forward. But if the county is going to agree to take on maintenance agreements with Caltrans or other entities like this in the future, my preference would just be to see that spelled out in the maintenance agreement. And for this agenda item, the maintenance agreement item, the supplemental information didn't link to the agenda, so I just saw what was on the screen. But I trust that it's been well vetted, and it sounds like a lot of folks have put a lot of energy into this. I imagine this will open up the door for potential other requests to come, and I'm open to those. But again, I would just like to see those explicit long-term costs spelled out and agreements with those organizations. And with that was getting kind of into the weeds, but this is actually potentially long-term liability for the county, so that's why I'm getting into it. All right, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve.
I'll second. I actually remember I went to when there was the rope tow there in 1984, so it was right before it closed, and then after that we would camp, or I don't know, there was the old lodge up there. For some winters we would drag kegs of beer up there and have a good old time. But those were those days, and it did seem like there was a lot more snow there. And we would bring our plywood snowboards up there back, and when that started, that was good times. But I want to go into and this is a question for staff. The agreement is really just between us and Caltrans. It doesn't. There's nothing here that sort of enumerates sort of any obligation or from others. Although there's a lot of talk about that here today, but that's not really what was in this packet.
Correct. There's only two parties to the agreement, Caltrans and the county.
Okay, and so speaking to sort of the long range, I mean, I think it's a wonderful thing, but someday, if it becomes a burden or it's I don't know, something terrible happens and it gets knocked over or whatever, our obligation is still really just with the state. The termination of this is with the state, and to that, there's actually a typo on item 9 here, because it says as set forth in Article 13 above, and there is no Article 13, so I think it's reference to 8. So what I'm getting at is that in here also it enumerates that if there's work to be done, there's insurance requirements, there's all these other things. So it's like, I just want to put out there, when people are talking about volunteering to do things, if it's under the umbrella of the county, we have obligations for our liability under those, and I'm sure that our staff will do a good job of coordinating with volunteer groups to make sure that those obligations are, in terms of our liability, are dealt with. Is that something you're feeling confident about, or?
We'll definitely coordinate with the volunteers, and we've already worked with risk management on getting a insurance certificate and having that ready.
Okay.
And, just one idea for maybe future cases is, the county could develop some guidelines and maybe propose having a dedicated fund set aside that's just earmarked for future maintenance. We could think about that. Or just trying to set some other scenarios that would provide us some assurance for the more distant future.
Yeah, because the way I look at this agreement, it's really two organizations, us and Caltrans, working together, but it's not actually obligating. Are we obligated to do maintenance on this, or is this we will do maintenance in conjunction with Caltrans?
The county is obligated to do maintenance.
Okay.
Pursuant to the agreement. One thing, the agreement does not specify provisions for non-performance.
Right.
So it's not detailed, to the extent of maybe a contract might be.
Well, I mean, it says that the county's failure to comply with provisions of this agreement is maybe grounds of notice of termination by the state. So if we fail as an organization to do that, basically Caltrans can be like, hey, this agreement is done. We're going to move on and do it ourselves or do something else.
Yeah, I presume they would make good faith effort to work with us to bring the maintenance level up to an acceptable level, but they certainly would have the right to make a determination that the maintenance was not adequate and terminate the agreement.
And what I mean by our obligation is there's not really an enforcement mechanism. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if someone's like, we don't think you're maintaining that well enough, there's not like an enforcement.
No.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify. So I think this is great. Like I said, I enjoy that. I still enjoy Horse Mountain today. I've gone cross-country skiing up there. I've gone sledding, snowboarding, all the things. And so this is a good historical marker, and I think people will enjoy it for years to come. So I support the motion.
And I think as a board, we could sometimes take on projects that we're not sure of the liability. I mean, they haven't figured out all the liability about trails and things like that. And then the other thing is we've changed a lot of signage in the county on, representing or memorializing or changing the names and stuff like that, and we haven't gone to this. So I think it's perfectly fine. I have full faith. If you wanted, I could ask the grippers to put a $2,500 deposit in the bank for maintenance, and they'd let it sit there, and they could, but I don't think that's going to become an issue because we're putting up a 12-foot signboard. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved and seconded. I will take the vote.
There you go. All right, Supervisor Madrone, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Chair Bohn.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you, Hank. Thanks. And move to the local road safety plan.
Good morning, Chair.
Director Mattson.
Good morning, Chair Bohn, members of the board. Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. As you stated, the subject of this report this morning is the 2024 Local Road Safety Plan for Humboldt County. And I do have a brief little presentation to go through here. What is a local road safety plan? It provides a framework for organizing stakeholders to identify, analyze, and prioritize roadway safety improvements on local and rural roads. The process of developing an LRSP can be tailored to local protocols, needs, and issues. What does this mean for Humboldt County? There is a process, and let's skip that. Our first local road safety plan, we were one of 5 pilot counties in California in 2017 to be provided help from Federal Highways Association. It was a new way of looking at our crash data. Instead of looking at the causes like drunk driving, speeding, we looked at the crash types. And that's a completely new way of looking at things. There were very few states at that time looking at it. Minnesota and Washington were leading the way. What it does is it takes us away from blaming people and gets us in a mode for a safe systems approach, because we know people make mistakes, and rather than hold them and let them die, we need to be taking actions regardless of what they are doing. There is no reason for anybody to die on a county road. So is that new analysis, and when we came back, we really didn't publicize our local road safety plan. We had just been hit with $41 million in storm damage that year. So we took a look at, well, what can we do with the resources we have? And realistically, 74% of our crashes are lane departure crashes. And that automatically tells us we need to enhance our signing and striping. So we really focused on our striping from 2017 through now. Even with our bad budgets, we've enhanced our striping. We've widened the edge lines. We've changed our striping material so it's brighter and lasts longer. And does it work? Well, Safety benefits, wider edge lines, reduce crashes up to 37% for non-intersection fatal and injury crashes on rural roads, 22% for fatal and injury crashes on rural freeways, and it's a benefit to cost ratio of 25-1. What does that mean for Humboldt County? I'll just take one example here, and I can replicate that on this on a number of different roads that we've changed the striping on. Neeland Road had no edge line until we got an HSIP funded project, and we put the edge lines and center lines down in 2018. From the 6 years before, we had 9 crashes, 2 daylight, 7 dark. After we added the edge lines, we had only 4 crashes in the same amount of in 4 years. Yeah, that was a 4-year to 4-year comparison. None at night, which was a big thing. We used to get a lot of calls on Neeland Road for no edge line. And it really makes it different on our rural roads, because when you just have that center line, everybody's looking at that center line. They can't see the edge of the road. They can't see a drop off. When a car comes the other direction, you're staring right into their headlights because you're looking at that center line. When you put edge lines on, people can look to the right. They don't have to stare into the bright lights. They don't tendency to reduce head-on collisions. And it also keeps them from driving off the edge of the road. So that was just an example. So what are we doing now? So we were able to get 100% funding from the state of California to update our local road safety plan. We hired GHD, local engineering firm, to lead the way on this. We actually did everything we were supposed to do, including all the public outreach. We contacted and invited a huge amount of stakeholders. County Public Works, we had Public Works, we had Health and Human Services, Office of Emergency Services, Office of Education, Humboldt County Association of Governments, Humboldt Bay Fire, Volunteer Fire Representative, California Highway Patrol, Caltrans District 1, Humboldt Bay Bicycle Commuters Association, Humboldt Transit Authority, City of Eureka, MCMAC, CRTP, Redwood Community Action Agency, and tribal communities. So what we did was, again, we had GHD reanalyze all of our crash data. We went from about 74% runoff to about 71% runoff crashes. So again, we're just looking at the crashes, taking the people out of the picture so we don't get biased by, well, that's a drunk driver, you can't do anything about that. Well, actually, you can. If you have a roundabout, a drunk driver is less likely to T-bone somebody and kill somebody else than they are just to have a single accident, and that's improvement. We did heat maps, and I can send you these. They don't show up really good on the big screen, but if you want to see where we're at, where our crashes are, we have 3 different heat maps. We have the auto heat map just for auto crashes, and then we have bicycle and pedestrian heat maps, so you can see where the different types of crashes are occurring, what segments of roads that are the problem roads for us. We've completed a number of projects, like I mentioned, the high reflectivity striping project. Most of these projects are funded by the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and having a local road safety plan ups our ante in getting that money. So we got a number of pedestrian rapid flashing signal heads. We have a number coming. We've done about $2.4 million in guardrail replacement. Again, that was an HSIP set aside, and at the time there was 0 match on those. So we were able to go around the county and replace a lot of our old dilapidated guardrail with current guardrail, current standards. And why we did that? Because we know it works. That's why there's guardrail there. We did the Manila Highway 255 trail. We've got projects coming up that all include looking at our local road safety plan, and notice that this local road safety plan also included all of the work, combined all the work we did with our McKinleyville municipal plan as well, to make sure that we're keeping everything consistent across the board. We still have our Oak and F Street signal. on the list. We have edge lines on Indian reservation roads as a $750,000 100% grant that's going to stripe not only some county roads, but Indian reservation roads that are not on the county maintained system will also qualify, and they're included in that. So we have three tribes are with the county on that. The Karuk, the Yurok, and the Hupa tribes all have roads that will be striped, and that will be going to bid next summer. We have the advanced flashing beacon out in Willow Creek. We have another guardrail project funded. We'll probably be applying for another round this summer. Hammond Trail and Midtown crossings with flashing beacons and curb extensions. Redwood Drive and Redway and Redwood Drive, that project was just completed. We have the Humboldt Bay South Trail, which is under construction. And we have a Myrtle Avenue STIP project that's funded in design to repave and stripe for bike lanes. We have some very specific items that came up. I'm not going to go through every one of them in detail, but a lot of our intersection crashes, of course, occur in McKinleyville because it has the majority of our signals. And so we've got a lot of things, minor things really to do with our signals. I do want to go back one bit here. Hiller and McKinleyville. We've been recommending for a long time, and it's been, recommended again from our consultant that change that intersection to a roundabout from the all-way stop sign. We are actually looking at doing a pop-up demonstration there. We will be going to the McMac on September 24th and working with them to take a look at what we can do for a pop-up demonstration on the whole length of Hiller Road. Again, some more signals that we have some recommendations for. The F Street and Oak signal is still recommended. I'll probably be applying for the rectangular rapid flashing beacon as the next step because that's a set aside in the HSIP and is also recommended as a next step in this study. We have some sections of road also that we looked at. Myrtle Ave from Harrison to Indianola. Central Ave, of course, we've been looking at. There's a lot of issues on Central Ave that we need to work with, especially the section going up the hill from the Caltrans Highway off-ramp up to where we start the county road of Central Ave. We've got recommendations in southern Humboldt on Bryson Thorne Road, on Alder Point Road, Pine Creek Road. Supervisor Madrone, you're very well of the issues out there. We've got some recommendations to move forward on that. Again, further recommendations. And these are important because they're systemic recommendations, not just one spot. They're looking at lengths of roads, just like we did with our striping. We didn't look at just one little spot. We picked whole long sections of road because that's the systemic approach. If you have a crash somewhere on a road, it's the road type that is the crash problem, and if you have different road types, you will have those same types of crashes randomly spread across your system. So we've got further work on Redwood Drive, again in Redway, Shelter Cove Road. We're recommending to do a sign audit, which is to go through all of our signing. Annually, we do go and check all of the glare on the signs to make sure they meet the requirements, so at night you can see them. But now we're recommending to go out and just randomly, not randomly, but explore all the lengths of all of our roads and look at where we should have signs that we don't have signs now. And then finally, there's a lot of different parts to safety on the road system. It's not just the engineering. A lot of it, we have our partners, education, emerging technologies. We're all of us in the counties are struggling with that because trying to get the manufacturers to tell us what they're going to do when they're in a private competitive enterprise and figuring out what our roads need to look like for automated vehicles to actually be able to use them. Many automated vehicles, they go by the edge lines on the road, and that's going to be hard on a gravel road. But we are looking at emerging technologies because they're very important to improving safety. Very important with the CHP. We have a strong partner in the CHP. They certainly don't have enough law enforcement officers for what we see out on the roads, but they are a wonderful partner for us. And then, of course, the emergency response. You've dealt with that with Measure Z and the ambulances out there. Those are so important to get somebody who's been in a crash to the hospital in as short a period of time as possible. And the full report is available online. You have it with the agenda. I encourage you to read through it. If you have any questions, give me a holler. It goes into a lot of detail, but basically it points us into the place we want to go, which is reducing fatalities and severe injuries on the county road system to zero over time. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Bushnell? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate this report and all the incredible work you all do with such limited funding. Some of it is dedicated funding, like you said, that's available for some of these projects. But for those out there in the public that want to see these kinds and even more improvements to our roads, consider supporting Measure O on the ballot in November. The other thing I wanted to mention was that, you know, it's the road safety issues are huge all over the county, and I appreciate that in this report you're trying to identify those things we can do within our budgets and our process at this time. So I just want to thank you for that effort. It's really important work, and I know the public very much appreciates it, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah. Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate this work. I appreciate the outreach. What is, and you know, the plan and its time and place and moving forward with that. What's the iterative part of this? Like, how often do we update this plan, and where does that happen?
So we do have an evaluation and update portion of the plan. Generally, we like to do these every 4 or 5 years to update it to see where we're at and look at what direction we're going in. It's kind of like playing whack-a-mole when you're dealing with crashes. Once you treat a certain type of crashes and kind of get ahead on it, another version pops up as the leader and you jump to that. But the evaluation process is really looking annually, decreasing the number of traffic fatalities and severe injuries. We have goals of 50% and 25%, being very aggressive, and we will measure that annually every single year. Reduce collisions through engineering enforcement education and emerging technology. We're going to be looking at that in our 4 to 5 year cycle. We will be looking at how many overall collisions do we have. They go up and down, but we want to see a downward trend. We really want to look at safety around schools, transit stops, and other key destinations through a connected multimodal system. Again, this takes time and looking at results on an annual or 5 year basis, just continuing to dig into the data and see where we're going. Reduce bicycle and pedestrian collisions. That's a big effort from the state and federal governments right now. It's a big issue in California. In fact, some of our funding is restricted in California now because we have not met our goals for pedestrian and bicycle. So we have targeted funding that used to be flexible that now can only go to bicycle and pedestrian issues simply because the state did not meet their goals. Those are federal goals. And the Fed said, we got to tighten this up. If you're not meeting your goals, we do need to be spending more money on this out of the money we give you. And then reducing emergency response time. And that is a complicated, ongoing, but a big part of that is signing and striping, clear signing and striping. We worked with some of the rural fire departments and facilitated getting roads and addresses signed everywhere. That's really not a county road sign, but having just your simple address out in the middle of nowhere is hugely important for the local volunteer firefighters to know where you are or where the crash is at. We have some confusion in our post miles on our roads, especially the toll road, because it's Honeydew's the center of the universe, so it goes one direction one way and one direction the other way from 1 to 42 or whatever. And it can be confusion when you're in the midst of an emergency response call. Well, which portion of the Mattole Road are you on? Are you on the Wildcat or are you on the Bull Creek side? And so having addresses, the local people know the addresses, and the local firefighters know those addresses. So that's kind of the.
I appreciate that. So, I mean, this is part of an iterative process, is really, and it has to be, because you're right, it can change over time. And and in reading through the plan, there's lots of parts I'm very excited about, and I think, and from my perspective, we're doing a lot of signage and striping, but there are places where we could probably be thinking about more engineered traffic calming measures, and that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is like, this isn't the end. This is, we can really seek out, but because we have some projects in there that are seeking funding, and I don't want funding necessarily to be the why we don't consider it or why we don't put it on the list, because I think this is really important. It's not just about reducing, as you said, reducing accidents, or it's actually reducing the severity of accidents. And sometimes we're putting in traffic calming measures that don't necessarily reduce the number of accidents, but what they reduce is the severity of injuries and the number of deaths in a certain. And so that is really, really important. I think oftentimes people lose sight of that, and when things like traffic circles or those sorts of things are proposed, oftentimes we get this conversation of, well, it's more confusing. I'm not totally sure where I'm going if I go there, and as we see often, it's like when a driver feels like there's uncertainty, oftentimes what that means is that everyone outside the car or the vehicle is safer, because they slow down and they really pay attention, and we see that a lot, and so that's why I think that we're why that's making places safer, and I do appreciate the striping that's been done on all over the place, and the plan that's set up for Garberville is really amazing. I'm hoping that can get done, and I want to bring us to a place where I remember what Willow Creek looked like before all the updates that were done there, and how driving through that place, or actually walking through that place, felt very dangerous and very and it looks like we're going to improve on that more. And I can see that in our other communities. We have opportunities to do that, to make those places safer for everybody. Is the systemic countermeasures? Do you feel like that's applied throughout the entire county, or are we just doing that in certain areas?
We've started mainly on our arterial roads, the higher traffic rural routes.
Yeah.
But again, in a rural county, we don't have a high number of actual crashes.
Yeah.
We have a high crash rate, which means you're more likely to get in a crash in a rural county than you are in an urban county. And that's just a fact of life throughout California, across the nation. So because our roads are not, urban roads with lighting, full width, sidewalks, bike lanes, and everything, most of our rural roads are, they're 2 lanes with maybe enough room for edge lines and a center line. And that, you really have to pay more attention, but again, we want to get out of looking at blaming the driver. Yes, there is a lot of blame and there's ownership, but again, there's having somebody die for making a simple error while they're driving is not a good thing to live with.
Yeah, and the technology, it's not just drivers, it's the technology that's changed both roads and vehicles. And so much of our road system and what's going through our small communities was wagon trails in the beginning, and so they weren't designed for our roads now. And as we know, like in the 50s, when the national highway system was created, the lane widths were made 12 feet so that they could transport tanks across the United States. And so basically the car industry adapted to that, which is why we had so many larger vehicles. But now we have vehicles the size of these large vehicles, trucks and stuff that are engineered so well, right? They're done that they drive at the speeds and comfortably for the driver inside at speeds that are like, so they're the size of what were formerly tanks driving at speeds, very high speeds now because they're engineered so well. But it makes communities feel very unsafe. And so we have to figure where these are the plans that we're using to try and make our communities feel safer, and actually be safer, because people want to be able to walk to their neighbor's house. They want to be able to walk across the street without feeling, that they're taking their lives into their hands. And as we know, we find that many people are like, slow the street down in front of my house because I don't feel safe, but I want to get to where I want to go as fast as possible. And so it's definitely something we're dealing with, and I appreciate this. So I think that as we look at these methods to reduce accidents, both from the car, but also for pedestrians and bicyclists, this is a good start. I really, really appreciate the work, and I appreciate, and I'm looking forward for the next iteration as well, and the work that'll be done. And so I'm very supportive of the plan as it is, and I'm even more supportive of how we move forward. So.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I feel similarly about a lot of those items. I'd like to see us have more comprehensive policies about roadway design for all users, and I know we have some designs that are I think hand drawn, designs from a while back that are I think could stand to be updated and would put us in a better position for funding based on some of the priorities we know about today, and that would be something I'd love to revisit. But with this plan, I think this is a great product to get us in a good place for some of the funding that we need to receive to implement a lot of these projects. I just had one question about the planned and in-progress projects that are listed on pages 9 and 10. These all seem like things that the county has already been involved in and identified. And so it begged the question for me about the Annie and Mary Trail and the Little River Trail, which are, I think still pretty active as far as our engagement or recent engagement with them. I see that the Humboldt Bay Trail South was listed, so I was just curious about including those and whether that, what the thinking was around that.
So the Little River Trail, we're only involved in really peripherally. That's really been led by others. The Annie Mary Trail probably should have been in there because we do have a significant portion of that's on our radar screen. We're not going to be perfect in any plan we put together, and just because it's not in that plan doesn't mean it's not moving forward. But I can certainly make a note of that because this plan should be a living plan, not just stagnant.
Is there the possibility of adding to this document before we finalize it? I mean, I assume we could give that direction today to add a bullet point.
I can do that.
Okay, that'd be great. Because I think if this is going to be used for funding decisions, I personally would love to see those projects continue to move forward, but especially the Annie and Mary, since we have so much of the role in making that go forward.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, Supervisor Arroyo. I think it's good to include Little River and Annie Mary. In fact, we just recently, a couple of weeks ago, had a meeting with the State Coastal Conservancy in specific on the Little River Trail and the next steps to move that forward. I think it's already at 30% design, and there's some really great opportunities to move it forward to fruition. The other thing is, Tom, you mentioned about the ambulance services, on these rural routes like 299, Highway 36. It comes up every year in Measure Z funding. Absolutely important component of a roadway safety plan. But in combination with that, I think it'd be good to highlight the lack of funding for those volunteer fire departments who have to also respond to all those emergencies on those rural highways. Because while the ambulance brings them to the hospital, they don't go down the hill and extract people from over the side crashes and stuff. That's the volunteer fire departments. And we know that funding is pretty much non-existent for that right now. For a while, Measure Z was helping with some of that on 299, but that's gone away. And I'm just wondering, is it included in detail in there, or can we highlight that a little bit better, the need for funding for volunteer fire department, support to that EMS, emergency medical services? And I'm just thinking it'd be good to probably have this board approve a letter to the legislature asking for better funding for our rural highway emergency medical service response and stuff. What do you think about that?
It's in there by reference. It's really, you know, this is an issue. I'm on the steering committee for the state strategic highway safety plan for the state of California, and that's a topic that's a regular discussion at our meetings. We actually have a complete challenge area set up where specialists from fire and CHP talk about those issues and come up with solutions. So the local road safety plan really ties into the strategic highway safety plan for the state of California. So this plan is actually bigger than what you see here. It's just Humboldt County's portion of this overall statewide safety plan, which includes a lot of support for enforcement and emergency response. We have the state EMAS there. We have California Department of Public Health is there. So it's a much bigger picture. And yeah, those discussions are being held about how to fund those kind of responses, because it's not just Humboldt County.
Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate that. And it reminded me of the Roundhouse Creek Trail that we talked about a couple of weeks ago as well, that perhaps adding that in, because otherwise, if you're going from Sume Park all the way up to Big Lagoon, you pretty much have to get on the highway. It's the only other option. So the Roundhouse Creek Trail, which is an existing road that's sitting there ready to become a trail, is another one of those components to the California Coastal Trail, all of whom really help with our roadway safety when we have those separate pathways. So anyway, thank you for your work.
Yeah, and just to back up a little bit, a lot of what is in here is based on the data, and that's based on crashes and fatal and severe injuries. So when we you know, the Bay Trail is an example of a trail that's going to help with issues on Highway 101, but we really look through here, it would be more of a systemic trail approach than listing every single trail that we're working on. Simply working on the trails as a systemic approach to provide alternative transportation off of the roadway system. That's really what should be in here, not a list of specific trails that we're working on, because then that just becomes our capital improvement program and not a safety plan.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just want to thank you for the report, and I, like Supervisor Wilson, do hope that the Garberville area comes to fruition. I know you do as well. I am a little curious with the fire department. I mean, we do have the Measure Z that was funded pretty heavily this year, and so those funds are distributed throughout Humboldt County. So it does, I think, include the 299 area. Okay, we definitely are very dependent on our volunteer fire departments. Yes. But thank you for the report. I appreciate it.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Apologize to jump back in. Because in Manila, there's a lot of discussion around crossing. We built that wonderful trail. I have to tell you, I'm so surprised at this very short trail, how often I see people using it, especially young people, basically going from the school over to the store, but then they run across the highway, right? And it's just really, really unsafe. And so there's just a ton of discussion right now, and Caltrans is really responding to that. And I just kind of wondering what our nexus is, and would putting that particular crossing in this be helpful in that process?
So I try not to tie into the state highway system.
Right.
Where we do that is just working with them and working with the community. Again, you have a community there that's on a straight highway stretch, and as a community, there should be a gateway on either side that slows people down through the community. Willow Creek's a perfect example of they wanted to put, basically passing lanes through downtown, and the public went ballistic, and we got nice landscaping strips and everything else. And it's really just as the county working with the residents because working directly with Caltrans can be difficult for a resident who doesn't understand all the engineering, all of the standards and everything else, and just facilitating that conversation and throwing ideas out that we know work, even if whoever happens to be managing the project doesn't like that. I mean, when you're looking at the state highway system, they've come a long way to looking at communities, but they still are looking at moving vehicles as quickly as possible from one place to another. And within a community, moving between communities, I'm a firm supporter of quick travel and moving between communities. But when you get into that community, it's a whole different world. You're in somebody's backyard. You're not passing through miles of pasture. You're passing through kids trying to run across the road. And it's a different type of engineering. And using our expertise in our communities to try to facilitate with Caltrans. Like I say, they've come a long way. They now have a complete streets policy. They're not nearly as rigid as they were when you're within a community. But that's really the county's role, I feel, in that. It's not, we don't have, there are communities that take over projects on the state highway system, like we did the trail. That was one example. But we don't have the resources to be building, the interchanges and the roundabouts that other communities have. Huge amount of resources that they're basically building the state highway system because they have the resources to do it, and the state doesn't.
I guess what I'm getting at is maybe in an iteration of this report, there could be just a section that just illuminates or speaks to those projects where we have a nexus with or are an interest within our communities that are state projects, so that at least we're talking about it, making it, programmatically something that we're interested in and want to be supportive, whether it's support for letters of support or those sorts of things, that would be helpful. And so, I'm just, I think that we could do something like that in the future.
Yeah, because we're involved peripherally in Orleans. In Hoopaw. Avenue of the Giants would be another place in Miranda where we have our fingers out. Any place every town in Humboldt County that sits on a state highway, they've been working on a plan with virtually every single one, working on a plan with Caltrans to improve their communities through, dealing with the pass-through traffic.
Yeah, and I will say you are correct. The Caltrans of today is not the Caltrans of 5 years ago, not 10 years ago, and definitely not 20 years ago. The staff there are aware and really want to do better, and I'm very happy about that. So thank you to the chair for letting me.
Sure, and if I would suggest if there are things that we want, and I bring some of these things forward, I will bring up Manila. We have every 3 months we have a North Deal meeting, and it is very comprehensive, Del Norte County and us, and I've been serving on it for about 12 years now. They go over all the projects that are coming up, and they are, if we're adding things, I'd like to see Oak and F on there. Oak and F was approved at one time, and this board took away the approval, so there's accidents still happening, and I saw one last week there. And it's only a block away from a school. So Oak and F is something. And the traffic on F Street is increasing as Broadway adds more lights, more restrictions, more calming areas where people do have to slow down to get through town. We haven't done any of that on F Street. And that's creating quite a problem by the golf course where they put the slaloms up and it's narrow. Those don't stay up very well. So hopefully we can look at Oak and F. And the other one that's on Caltrans radar, they've got a, and I thought it was on our radar, but I don't see it mentioned anywhere, is at Elk River and Fairway, where there has been a death and multiple accidents. And I'm not a big fan of them, but it's like you said, if a person's confused, they slow down. And is a roundabout there, there's talk of a roundabout there, and I would like to see the county. That would also take a lot of the pressure off the flow of traffic going into, to and through Cutton, because a lot of people on that western part of Walnut and all that would go out Elk River, but once they get to that where it leads into Fairway, they cannot, there'll be as many as 20 cars in the morning there if people forget and go that way. So it becomes an issue, or they cut off and go that little Elk River jaunt.
Pine Hill.
Up through Pine Hill, which are all unsafe because there are kids walking to school, to Pine Hill School from there. So, and I'm not even going to mention the Pine Hill crossing. It is guarded, so that's fine. But if we could look at least deal with Caltrans, I don't know if it needs to be in the report, but Okanef is an intersection that needs to be addressed. I think trails are so important, but the safety of our kids and things like that should have a little precedent. So I would like to always see that. And it was approved with the city schools, emergency services, City of Eureka. We're all on board for that traffic signal that was taken away. So I appreciate the report. Supervisor Arroyo.
I just wanted to point out that F and Oak is in there multiple times in the local road safety plan. It is prioritized lowest of the recommended priority projects based on the collision severity. So this, the data that's part of this local road safety plan does go into that detail.
And it was highly regarded at the Measure Z committee.
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone.
I would move approval of,
Did we do public comment?
I'm sorry, public comment first. I'll wait. Yeah, thank you.
Public comment? Or Steve called for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Point of order, how do I get papers disseminated amongst you people? Something I wish to pass out. Do I hand it to Alicia or to you? Is that okay?
Clerk, please.
Board, whatever.
There you are. This document is extremely relevant. For those of you know, I'm a very big fan of everything Tom Mattson does and would like to see him have as much money as the voters are willing to relinquish. There are limitations. I was strongly against the trail out in Manila because of exactly what you mentioned, I call it the Frogger crossing that they have out there, where kids are not safe going across that thing. Nobody's safe there. That needs to have one of those flashing lights on it, I believe. It might be at least some kind of a solution for that. I guess Tom didn't get the memo. He said something about the center of the universe being in Petrolia. It's in front of the logger bar. It says so right on manhole cover, right at the end of the Annie Mary Trail. That's the center of the universe. We have a major problem here, and I think the major dysfunction we have is that some of us people, including yourselves, are unable to lobby our state and federal people, such as Jared Huffman, to get our money in a timely manner. I mean, when it takes years and years to get approval on projects, or years and years to get our funding, that precludes us from moving. And this is something I think with your political snooze, because I don't have any, that we should be able to do. You should strive for that. I mean, same with the state and the funding. So much of our money goes away, as you mentioned in your request for Measure O, goes away to the state, and we don't get it back. They've taken it from us. So we have to play hardball with these other politicians, and I guess that takes maybe a little more heart than some people would like to trade, but they want our votes, they want our endorsements, and they need to know that we should be entitled to have our rural share of things so we can do the wonderful work that we do here and that Tom does. I'm hoping that, and this is very relevant to this, should Measure O not pass, that you don't wait 2 years, you put a special election thing on there, we get together and get something passed to get you money rather than waiting 2 years. I'm happy to work with you to do a reasonable thing. What I passed out here is mostly what people have brought to me who have said that they really can't support this for these reasons. There's 250 words later of the reasons which I will be forwarding to you. And it just We need to get this done. The safety things are imperative. The things that Tom does is imperative, but we need to be reasonable about what we do. So I just wanted to give you a little input on that today. Maybe we all can work together to see that we're able to make things safe, especially for the children. Again, I strongly support what Rex is saying. Priority needs to be, trails are wonderful. The children need to be able to get safely to schools and get home. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody else, I'll close public comment. Bring it back. Supervisor Madrone?
I would motion to approve staff recommendations for the local road safety plan.
I will second, but with adding the comment about the Annie and Mary. Was there something else in there? Is that it? Yeah.
Little River.
The
Sorry,
amended-
can you say that one more time? I didn't get that. I didn't hear the last her conversation, all of it. So the Annie Mary, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
sorry
just
about
adding
that.
that as a priority
Yep,
project.
thank you.
Okay with the motion maker?
Yeah, and we also mentioned Little River Trail. They were both
As
mentioned.
well as the Little River Trail, thank you.
But it's also true that Tom said that's covered in a broader sense, but regardless, let's just add those. That's fine with the motion maker.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. So we'll start with you, Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Chair Bohn.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell. And Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
With that, I'll bring Director Ford.
Excuse me, could we have a 5-minute break?
Sure, we'll be back here at 10 to 11, please. That's 6 minutes. With that, I'd like to turn it over to County Council and announce the public hearing.
The ordinances in question do not need to be introduced by title.
Great, thank you. I'll turn it over to our Planning and Building Director, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. John Ford and Megan Acevedo to present the Tiny Home Village and Emergency Housing Village ordinances. There's a total of 4 ordinances, 2 inland, 2 coastal. I just wanted to give a very brief introduction that these were reviewed by the Planning Commission over a series of 3 full meetings. There was also 2 public meetings where input was taken. And the Planning Commission, while they did not reach complete agreement on every single item within the ordinances, did reach consensus. And they do bring forward a recommendation for these ordinances with a 7-0 vote. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Acevedo to walk through the components of the ordinance and talk a little bit about what improvements the Planning Commission made.
Hi, good morning, supervisors and members of the public. My name is Megan Acevedo, and I will be presenting the Tiny House Village Ordinance and the Emergency Housing Village Ordinance. These 2 ordinances will implement Policy 31 and Implementation Measure 40 of the General Plan Housing Element by allowing multiple styles of tiny house villages. The Tiny House Village and Emergency Housing Village ordinances both encourage housing diversity and the expansion of lower-cost housing developments. Policy 31 of the housing element calls for the allowance of tiny house villages to improve housing diversity and encourage the development of low-cost housing as a type of multifamily dwelling. And Implementation Measure 40 further calls for the development of a tiny house village ordinance, including provisions for detached bedrooms with central sanitary, cooking, and dining facilities. The Emergency Housing Village Ordinance will also implement Implementation Measure 58 of the General Plan Housing Element to allow for alternative lodge parks. Implementation Measure 58 includes provisions for the allowance of alternative lodge parks, which would be subject to a use permit, providing spaces for occupancy that are flexible, allowing a broad range of housing types. That would include movable tiny homes, mobile homes, RVs, and trailers. The Emergency Housing Village Ordinance allows for alternative lodge parks and these different types of housing structures. The Tiny House Village Ordinance allows for two types of villages. A tiny house village, example shown on the left, would allow for a grouping of 3 or more tiny homes or movable tiny homes, as defined in our Humboldt County Code, which are fully equipped with kitchen and bathroom facilities. The second type of village is a dependent unit village, the example shown on the bottom right, which would allow for a grouping of 3 or more dependent sleeping units, which are defined in the ordinance as hard-sided and roof structures, providing at a minimum a room for living and not fully equipped with a bathroom and kitchen facility, but may have a bathroom. These villages would be for permanent residences that meet California Building Code and could be used for transitional housing, supportive housing, senior citizen housing, low-income student housing, or foster youth housing. The allowances for a tiny house village and dependent unit village in residential zones are as followed here in the inland areas of Humboldt. That includes residential multiple family, R3, apartment professional, R4, and unclassified with a land use designation of residential medium or residential low. These would also require connection to public water and sewer systems, and if if the site is not fully equipped with connection to public water and sewer, they would require a special permit. For the coastal zone, we have allowed residential multiple family, RM, as principally permitted. And a conditional use permit would be required for sites in residential suburban, RS, residential two-family, R2 in the inland zone, and mixed residential R2 in the coastal zone. Other zones that would allow for tiny house village or dependent unit village as principally permitted are mixed-use urban, neighborhood commercial, community commercial, and highway service commercial. And this is in line with state allowances for residential in commercial zones. And that was for inland zone. In the coastal zone, we have included commercial neighborhood and commercial general. And conditional use permit would be required for mixed use rural, industrial commercial in the inland areas, and business park in coastal areas. This map shows potential tiny house village and dependent unit village sites shown in blue. There are approximately 922 parcels in Humboldt County that could qualify. This map does not disclude any parcels that are already developed and should be taken with caution. So the tiny house village ordinance regulations include no short-term rentals are allowed. A maximum of 2 household pets per unit, and a household pet would be a dog or a cat. Connection to water and wastewater systems or on-site systems that meet Humboldt County Code or state requirements. Requirement to have grid connection for power or renewable power source. Road access would need to meet fire safe regulations to allow for a fire truck in the event of an emergency or a fire. Addresses are required as well. There are provisions for parking and bike lockers in the ordinance. There are waste storage standards and waste removal standards. There's a requirement to have common areas and open space. A privacy requirement for placement of windows shall not be directed from one window directly into another. There's standards for the structures themselves, design and development standards, and common facilities are required for dependent unit villages, which would supply kitchens and bathrooms to the residents. As well, a property manager is required for dependent unit villages to make sure that those common facilities are maintained. And all villages would require to meet the setback requirements, buffers, and screening and lighting in the zoning code.
Can I get a clarification? On number 3, on the village ordinance rate, the water and wastewater will be met by the common facilities for, right, we're not talking each individual unit.
That is correct. Although these individual sleeping units could potentially have a bathroom if the developer wanted to do that.
Understood that. And then with that, are there solar and sprinkler requirements?
These are required to meet the California, Title 24. Solar is not required, but it's an option.
Okay.
As well, there is no minimum parcel size requirement, and the ordinance allows up to 30 units per acre. And in some residential zones, that may be lower than 30 units as allowed by the general plan. As well, an applicant could receive more units with a density bonus. Here is a map that shows parcels that are within a half a mile of a bus stop. And there are approximately 718 parcels. Once again, this does not disclude any developed sites and should be taken with caution. The Emergency Housing Village Ordinance also allows for 2 types of villages. One is the Emergency Dependent Unit Village. An example is shown on the left. And the other type of village would be an alternative lodge park shown on the lower right. These types of villages would be considered temporary housing and would only be allowed during an active shelter crisis declaration. The structures would only be required to meet California Building Code Appendix P and California Residential Code Appendix AZ for emergency housing. This reduces building requirements, making them lower cost housing to develop. All emergency housing villages would require connection to public water and sewer systems in order to protect the health and safety and welfare of the residents. This also ensures that sites will be within proximity to services if needed. So the allowance for emergency dependent unit villages in residential zones are as followed in the inland area: residential multiple family, apartment professional, and in the coastal area includes residential multifamily. They would further be allowed with a conditional use permit in unclassified with a land use designation of residential medium in the inland area, and in the coastal area, mixed residential is allowed with a conditional use permit. Other zones that would allow for an emergency dependent unit village as principally permitted are mixed use urban, neighborhood commercial, community commercial, highway service commercial in the inland zone, and commercial neighborhood and commercial general in the coastal zone. And would further allow for emergency dependent unit villages with a conditional use permit in mixed use rural, industrial, commercial, limited industrial, heavy industrial, and unclassified with a land use designation of commercial general or commercial services in the inland areas, and in business park in the coastal zone. Alternative lodge parks would require conditional use permit and are allowed in the following zones in the inland areas: residential multiple family, apartment professional, neighborhood commercial, community commercial, industrial commercial, highway service commercial, mixed use rural, limited industrial, heavy industrial, and unclassified with a land use designation of residential medium, commercial general, or commercial services. And would further be allowed in the coastal zone in mixed residential and business park. Here is a map of potential emergency dependent unit village and alternative lodge park sites shown in blue. There are approximately 699 parcels. Once again, this does not disclude developed sites and should be taken with caution. Regulations included in the Emergency Housing Village Ordinance are as follows. Operators would need to be, sites would need to be operated by a government agency, religious institution, nonprofit charitable organization, or private nonprofit organization. And as well, these villages would need to be for persons experiencing homelessness. No denial is allowed for inability to pay. Water and wastewater connection to public water and wastewater systems. Power would be allowed with grid connection, renewable power, or generator source. There are generator use standards, including noise and storage standards for the generator. And as well, with a generator being proposed, that would require a special permit if in a principally permitted zone. Road access would also need to meet fire safe regulations for a fire truck. Identification requirement for the units. There are no parking requirements in the Emergency Housing Village Ordinance. We do require sufficient space for ingress and egress in the event of an emergency. And they are required to be within a fire protection district. Common facilities are required to meet bathroom and kitchen facilities. Sites would need to be removed in the event that a shelter crisis declaration is no longer active, and a provision has been included for that. Waste storage and removal requirements. And here is a map showing parcels that are within a half a mile of a bus stop, shown in purple. There are approximately 531 parcels in this map, but this map has not discluded developed parcels and should be taken with caution. The Planning Commission considered many things at the two hearings that we went to, and they are as follows. They deliberated about allowing these villages in commercial zones in line with state allowances. We discussed maximum density allowances and decided upon 30 units per acre, and a density bonus is allowed in the tiny house village ordinance. There is no density limit for the emergency housing village ordinance. We discussed protecting resource lands such as TPZ and AE, and this is in line with the intent of our general plan. We discussed requiring public utilities and being within areas with transit and other services, and mostly for emergency housing villages, this was brought up. We discussed power sources and what would be allowed for each type of village. Only an emergency housing village would be allowed to use a generator. We discussed parking in depth and requirements for bike lockers, requirements for water, wastewater, and solid waste, open space and common area requirements, common kitchens and service kitchens requirements, privacy requirements, pet limits, common facilities, road and driveway access, standards, development and design standards for movable tiny homes. We discussed the requirement for ownership of emergency housing villages. Emergency sleeping cabins as outlined in the appendices for emergency housing. And site removal for emergency housing villages. And lastly, we discussed the appendices for emergency housing and potentially allowing tents, cars, yurts, and other membrane structures. It was decided that this ordinance was not the place to amend those appendices, and it was recommended by the Planning Commission to further look into that. And that would be specifically for alternative lodge parks. And the Planning Commission recommendations are as follows. They recommend that the Board of Supervisors find the tiny house village and emergency housing village ordinances exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 of CEQA guidelines. Find the tiny house village and emergency housing village ordinances consistent with the general plan or local coastal plan and coastal act. Adopt the resolutions for the inland and coastal tiny house village and emergency housing village ordinances. Adopt the inland tiny house village and emergency housing village ordinances in Chapter 4 of Humboldt County Code for inland areas. And adopt the coastal tiny house village and emergency housing village ordinances in Chapter 3 of Humboldt County Code for coastal areas. And direct staff to explore amending the California Building Code for emergency housing to include cars, tents, yurts, and membrane structures. And that ends my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great. Nice job. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Can you give me an example of C2 and CH zoning?
C2 zoning, I believe, would be like downtown Garberville. And CH zoning would be the first set of commercial development as you enter into Humboldt County. That's CH down there, just before Richardson Grove.
Oh, Piercy, Cooks
Yeah.
Valley. So so without a special permit, it could be permitted in downtown commercial Garberville?
Correct, and part of the rationale for that is that SB 6 has come through and already allows residential by right in commercial zones. We're actually bringing forward an ordinance that'll be coming to the board shortly to implement that. And a lot of this can already be done without this ordinance. What this ordinance really does is it describes the pathway to get there most efficiently. Just about everything in this would already be allowed by right.
So in a commercial setting, the minimum is 3 tiny homes?
We've identified it as such because at 2 or less, you're really at a 1 or 2 family.
Residential,
yep.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
I noticed unclassified U being used in a number of places as permittable sites, but I thought that we were getting rid of all the U's with the zoning updates. So won't that become mute?
That will become irrelevant when all the U goes away, yes.
But currently it would still be relevant.
Correct.
But when the U goes away, it would be dependent on what that new zoning is as how it fits into the rest of the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. The first question has to do with the sort of the demographic standards that you put out, like who qualifies as a tenant. And so I was just kind of wondering about how we would anticipate that would be regulated.
So I want to create a distinction before we go too far into this. Is one of them, the tiny home village, is really intended to be an alternative permanent housing type. So that is intended to be affordable by design, and unless it enters into the realm of a density bonus, there would not be limitations on who could rent that. It would be market driven. But we wanted to, and advocated with the Planning Commission, to set a limit on the number of units there, so that if people did want to go higher, and there's room to go higher with these small units in an acre, that then we would get into density bonus, and then there could be some rent control placed upon those. But without that, we're not going to be able to regulate the rents. The emergency housing villages are really intended to be for homeless individuals, and that's why an important component of that is that nobody gets turned away.
Great. Next question is, under the emergency provisions that you have, some of these require conditional use permits. And I'm just kind of wondering about sort of like timeline issues around that. If there's an anticipation that property owners or project proponents or would basically pre-zone areas for emergencies, or would there be a sort of accelerated time frame for conditional use permits under emergency situations?
Yeah, that was a tension even when we're developing the ordinance, because on the one hand, you want these to be almost immediately available. On the other hand, one of the things the ordinance is trying to do is create a maximum amount of flexibility. And so the only way to really get to that flexibility is to really have some kind of discretionary review process. Obviously, these are important. We would want to prioritize the processing of them, but a conditional use permit is a discretionary permit that would go to the Planning Commission.
Okay, I appreciate, I just want to know what sort of the thoughts around that were. And then just could you go to the part where the amending the UBC, can you talk about that for a second? Is that just an advocacy position? Is that what that is?
No, sorry. It's kind of complicated. So the appendices to the UBC allow findings to be made to deviate from the requirements there.
I see.
And so you can't, from a zoning ordinance, make those findings and modify the local adoption of that ordinance. What we need to do is go back and basically re-adopt those provisions, making findings that we're going to allow certain things to occur within these circumstances. And so that's really what the Planning Commission is advocating for, is that we re-adopt those appendices to the UBC and do it in such a way that we create our own localized provisions to allow membrane structures and allow other things. One of the big things I think that they were interested in is seeing like shower facilities, especially in the dependent unit context, to be available to others than those who live there, so that there could be services available. And so that would require us to re-adopt that and then make findings that there's a need for that, and there are provisions in place to protect public health and safety.
So this is really adopting our process more than the actual code, is that?
No, it would be modifying the appendices. Where we're allowed to modify the appendices, we'd be saying we're adopting this appendice with the following changes to these provisions.
Okay.
We're making these findings in order to make these changes.
And we're going to make, I mean, you're asking us to make these findings today.
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. So there will be a process for
There's a
this.
process to that,
That's
yes.
what I was getting at. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are my questions. I really appreciate the work of the Planning Commission on this, and looking forward to public comment.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have one last question on the dependent portion of this, and it says to allow up to 2 animals, but it is not, they can disallow animals as well, or not? Would this Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the idea there was really to set a limit. The R3 and R4 zones already have that limitation in place. When you get into commercial zones for small units, there would be not such a limitation. So that's why the Planning Commission just incorporated it into the ordinance so that small units would not have people living there with many, many pets.
So my question is though, this ordinance doesn't, if the owner or the person running the facility doesn't want animals in the dependent units.
Right.
They could say no.
They could say no.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I misunderstood that.
That's okay, I probably worded it wrong.
With that, I'll open it up to public comment. Oh.
Thanks to you all I'm Nezzie Wade, citizen at large, resident of Humboldt County, a very wide, vast, lovely, rural, and poverty-stricken county in many ways. I really appreciate all the work that's been done and for the planners that have worked really hard on this. I'm a little confused. I have a question because I went to all those meetings and participated in everything, and one of the things that I'm not clear on is the dependent unit in both ordinances. I don't remember that being in both ordinances. I remember the dependent unit being in the emergency housing village ordinance. So I don't know how that happened, but anyway, I have a question about that. What is the distinction? And other than that, one of the things that we learned from the safe parking, safe sheltering ordinance that was passed is that without doing something proactive on the part of the planning department and the county to encourage people and have a very clear pathway on how that might happen and enabling people to understand, it sat on the shelf and nothing happened. They said they interviewed folks and the reason that people didn't do it is because it was expensive. Well, there were other reasons too. A lot of other reasons in terms of things that have been changed in this ordinance somewhat, and that's a good thing. But look at what we did. I'm with AHA. This is our 10-year anniversary as AHA. The first thing we did was bring Andrew Heben here from Opportunity Village in Eugene, Oregon, to give us a presentation on how they did this in Oregon affordably. So what I'm seeing in a lot of this is a very expensive institutional model that might be hard for all communities, especially remote communities in Humboldt, to be able to achieve this. It needs accessibility and affordability have to drive this one if we're actually really going to be able to implement this on a broad basis. I see the area of the maps being pretty limited in where this can happen, and I don't know why it's so limited, but certainly communities everywhere need to be able to have the opportunity to support their own in a way that is local. And I think this is one of the options that may be able to happen under those circumstances. So please consider that. Look what we did for the ADUs. Go look at the website. There's just a ton of stuff, a guidebook, everything on how you do this. There's nothing for tiny house villages, and there needs to be a lot of work done in that area. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Chair Bohn, I have a caller on Zoom.
Please.
If we're done in person, okay. Thank you. The call-in user 3, you have 3 minutes, *6 to unmute. Call-in user 3, *6 to unmute. They're not.
Nope.
No.
All right. With that, I will close comment. Bring it back to the board. Or wait. Please, yeah, that's when I asked for it. That's, okay, yes, come. I get lost on the delayed.
My apologies also. A lot of work. Thank you. I want to talk about the homeless part of this, and that is would be the emergency housing ordinance part of it. shelter crisis declaration allows you to set aside a lot of things. And what they have presented to you is a lot of things that have to happen in order to provide emergency housing. The specific code section of the shelter crisis codes, there's 4 or 5 of them. The specific code section that they're using was a temporary code section. It will be automatically repealed in 14 months. I just checked. There was one piece of legislation to extend that deadline. It has gone through the Senate. It has not gone through the Assembly. I think it will be dead at the end of this session. So what I'm saying to you is, please do the tiny house ordinance so that people that want to do a tiny house village can get busy and do it. But in terms of the emergency housing ordinance, you don't need that. You need to pass a shelter crisis declaration saying this is what we're going to do. And so that, and that you need to take responsibility. And I've talked about what I was advocating for was a county-wide system of campgrounds and having an oversight committee that helped coordinate and keep them on track. I know it's a big, strange idea, but something needs to happen. Winter is coming. Thank you.
Chair Bohn, I have another caller in the queue if you want. I'm not sure how you want
Sure.
this process. Okay. 0151 *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, this is Dottie Russell, calling from Southern Humboldt again. There are a number of things that I have questions about with regard to this new ordinance. So one is no person turned away. So I'm the only person in the Humboldt County that has that kind of guideline, that somebody comes that's like suicidal, they have 3 children, the thing is a mess. There is no agency of any kind, public, private, nothing that helps these people. Nothing. There's nothing. And so the bottom line is, you look at a situation and you say, what's the highest priority? How do we possibly help? How do we make a difference? So no person turned away. Who's thinking about that, and how's that going to happen? Because so far, over 25 years of advocating, that's never happened to anybody. So I don't know I don't even know what you're thinking about that. And then as far as the nonprofit, and it's a government nonprofit, that makes sense, but then one of the mentions about the government nonprofit is a church. So the Christian Science Church has been working with a lot of people for over 25 years down here in Southern Humboldt, and the county tax assessor says that because it's a church and because it's a nonprofit and because it's this and it's that, and it's a California nonprofit 501c3, all of that, because it's a church, they're not excusing the taxes where people are living for free because nobody else in Humboldt County will do anything about it. So they're taxing that piece of property that then is the responsibility of a private person or a nonprofit. They still charge the tax on it because they're not having the church services, and instead they're talking about church and providing materials for church and providing housing because the county determined that, I don't know, I guess that they didn't qualify or it wasn't good enough or whatever. So is there some way that the whole board can come down here, we can provide a place for you to come and have a meeting, and let's do a meeting and let's really talk about this. The previous 2 speakers have been working on this for over 20 years. I mean, it's like 19 years ago, we talked about ending the homelessness. And am I still talking?
Hopefully you're aware of that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm not, my phone went dead because I'm on a cell phone at somebody else's house who's also very concerned about what to do about the people that
Dottie, that is
are
now your 3-minute sound is up. Thank you.
Now my, okay, you're welcome. There's somebody else that might.
All right. With that, I'll close comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson?
I'm happy to move staff recommendation on this item and say that I've reviewed the findings from the Planning Commission and concur with those findings. I think we did a good job there, so thank you.
I'll second, and I do have one question about the timing. So I understand to utilize the LEAP funds, we need to have this finalized by, is it September 15th?
Yes.
Okay, so, and we need how many readings of this?
This is it.
Oh, this is it, thank
Yes.
you, okay. I thought I had to come back one more time, my mistake.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I have a question about the C2, the commercial zoning. So if someone was more for the dependent portion of it, if someone was to apply for that, and because it's not a special permit, what is the notification that would go to surrounding areas?
Where it's principally permitted, there is no notification. So the dependent housing unit, if it was a permanent unit and it was coming in compliance with the building code, there would be no notice. It would go straight to building permit and it would be reviewed under the Uniform Building Code and then the permits would be issued.
So I have a bit of a problem with this being in a commercial area, like if it was in downtown Garberville, where, you have your, on the main street, where you have your businesses and especially that community is trying to rebuild. And then if you were to put a dependent facility like this or dependent housing right in the middle of town, my understanding is the commercial businesses, you can't, reside there. Is that correct?
Well, that is something that it has changed, is changing under state law.
Commercial, if you have a commercial business, you can be a commercial business and have resident down in the same building?
Yes, it's moving in that direction, absolutely.
But it's not there yet?
The state allows that currently, yes. We are bringing forward an ordinance to implement SB 6 to allow residential by right in commercial zones to implement SB 6, which is the state legislation that said that residential uses can be allowed in commercial zones. Or not can be, are allowed in commercial zones.
So the dependent portion of this tiny house ordinance is intended for a houseless, shelter type situation, correct?
That was a question that Nezzy Wade brought up that maybe it'd be helpful if we explained the difference between the two. There's a dependent village in the tiny home ordinance, and what that is basically a tiny home village that rather than having independent kitchens and or bathrooms within each unit, there's a sleeping unit that complies with Uniform Building Code, and then there's a centralized kitchen, restroom, shower facility in compliance with the Uniform Building Code. That would be a permanent unit. That would be able to exist whether or not the emergency housing crisis or a shelter crisis was in effect. That is a permanent dwelling unit. And as Ms. Acevedo said, that could serve multiple purposes in today's context. There is also the dependent village within the emergency housing village. And what that does is that allows that to comply with those appendices that are within the building code. They don't have to completely comply with all provisions of the Uniform Building Code. Those are intended to address homeless situations.
And that could be in C2 as well?
Yes,
And that is not a special permit as well?
that is correct. The only thing that would require a special permit in those situations, or no, I'm sorry, if it's an emergency housing, it would require a conditional use permit. So if it's going to be yeah, I'm sorry. It is principally permitted as a dependent village, even if it's for emergency shelter crisis purposes. It would be principally permitted.
Okay. My other question is on the rural portion. Like, say you're allowed, this would be allowed in rural, right, zonings?
Well, it's allowed in the zones that we showed in the presentation. It would not be allowed in resource lands.
So the half a mile from the bus stop issue
Yeah.
is, can you get an exception?
The reason that was brought up is that when they are within a certain distance from the bus stops and provide bicycle facilities, they can reduce their parking requirement by 50%.
But is it required that they be within the half?
No.
They don't have to be within the
No.
half? So it's just to get the reduction in the parking?
In the parking, correct.
So you could still do the, a mile away and still be
Yes.
allowed? Okay, all right. So just for conversation, I, you know, I am very supportive of this, and it's very much needed, and it's very much needed in you know, like Southern Humboldt area, which is already, there is one going, there's a grant that's been recognized down there. I have some angst about downtown Main Street having no public input. If it goes next to a business or, it's not that I don't think that it should be there, I just think that there should be a process where public input could happen. And I think that the pushback could be large if this were to happen in downtown Main Street. And I don't know what to do about that, but you know, it's residential on the back sides and commercial on the front sides. And it just seems a little odd to not have the public input.
So I will say that that was not something that we didn't think about.
Did or did not?
We did think about it, absolutely did think about it. The trade-off when you're trying to create housing is that many times there are those who would object to that housing. And so if you allow public input, it can become a very painful process that actually discourages people from even beginning that process, knowing that it could result in many hearings and appeals and it may not get built because of public opinion.
I do understand that, but if you create those housing opportunities in a community and then you have no commercial in that community to put those people to work, what are you creating?
I understand that I don't ever want to be argumentative, but the struggle that we were having is one of the comments by the public was made, it needs to be available throughout the county. And so where can these things realistically be put that are close to services, close to transit, close to services, and those are in the higher density residential and commercial zones within the community plan areas.
I hear you, and as I said, the backsides of those commercial areas are residential, and I just feel like it will not encourage business Garberville's small, and so is Redway, and it would be smack in the middle of everything. I don't think that it shouldn't be there. I think that I want new businesses to come in there. I want the existing businesses to stay. And so it's hard to say you're going to put residential up to how many ever homes on the downtown streets of a very small community and not have that public input from the people that are creating jobs and income in that area. That's just my concern. I'm supportive of this. I have a problem with this one, C2 zoning, but I am supportive of this.
Supervisor Madrone?
So could you pull back up the slide that showed where the villages and dependent villages are allowed principally versus conditional use permits? I know, but the visual helps.
I will say the map does not differentiate between parcels that would be allowed as principally permitted and parcels that would be allowed as conditionally permitted. It includes all parcels.
I wasn't talking about the map as much as
Okay.
the graphic that listed the zones where things were principally permitted versus the zones where it was conditionally permitted. Okay, good. Okay, so R3, R4s, you would go away. But RMs and RLs would stay. So RS conditionally permitted, R2 conditionally permitted. Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, the last comment I wanted to make real quick through the chair is I appreciated the comments by Nezzy in regards to educational materials. We did a fantastic job, and she mentioned this with the ADUs. And I think part of that was there was actually a staff person who had gone through the process and put together an incredible pamphlet on how to go about developing your ADU. So that might have been part of the resources there that helped bring that forward. But it does seem logical that we're going to want to try and develop some good educational materials about how do you go about doing this, right? It's nice to have this part of it in the regulations, but that doesn't really help people at the level we probably need. So is there a plan for that? I know we have limited resources, but what's your thinking on that, John?
We normally have an implementation program when these are adopted, and we will put some information onto the website to help people understand that these are available and how to better go about that. We absolutely want to help people do this.
Yeah. Okay.
So we will absolutely take that into consideration and expand that.
Great, appreciate that, thank you.
And through the chair, if I could add to that, I have also discussed with the building division and as well with Department of Health and Human Services or Environmental Health, and they are also willing to help put together some application materials for that.
Also, I just want to say you did a great job on your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, you did.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Supervisor Wilson?
Director Ford, it seems like there is a slight difference between this use and maybe what we consider traditional commercial use on these commercial properties, and that's parking requirements. And so that could be a real limitation on commercial properties that are limited size. Can you just talk about that for a second? Because I think that that's probably one of the biggest limiting factors, or could be.
So it would be a limiting factor on a very small parcel where there is not a lot of parking. Garberville, downtown Garberville would be a classic example of that.
Mm-hmm.
So currently, Garberville does have bus stops, and with the provision of bicycle facilities, they could reduce the parking down by 50%.
Right.
That may still pose a hardship to approving something at that location. So then it really gets down to what do we do with other businesses within the Garberville area. That would trigger a discretionary discussion or discretionary action.
Right. So which would be a change, which would be a request by the applicant to
have a parking variance.
Have a parking waiver of some
Yep.
sort.
Yep.
So which if it was just commercial to commercial, there is no parking requirement necessarily, is there currently?
So if it is continuation of a legal nonconforming use, yeah, it gets to continue. If it's a change in use that intensifies the parking requirement, then that would get triggered and the review would start anew.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's interesting, and because I will just say, just for downtown Arcata, when we had parking requirements, we had a lot of blight and vacant properties, and when we removed the parking requirement, we were able to develop those areas. And so, have we seen in some of our commercial areas, commercial zones in some of our rural areas, that parking has become a limiting factor, and if so, I know we've talked about this before in the past, and the board has not been supportive of removing parking requirements, but are we going to be seeing that come back again when you bring back the commercial zoning updates?
Thanks for asking the question. I was actually kind of thinking about bringing this up as part of the presentation today, is both part of this discussion and the discussion on allowing residential and commercial zones. The Planning Commission has really struggled with parking and whether there should be a maximum on parking, whether there should be any minimums at all required on sites. And so I think it is coming to a place where there will be forthcoming a recommendation from the Planning Commission to re-examine parking at a macro level, not on a ordinance by ordinance basis. Because it is a bigger part of the discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I wasn't going to shake the tree on this today, but I do think that the parking requirements in this particular ordinance could lead to some real challenges in implementing projects that are proposed for this, and especially in areas where there is parking in the general vicinity, public parking in the general vicinity, and also where there's a lot of services. And so you will find that many people may not need vehicles or, in these spaces. But I just didn't feel like we're going to get anywhere today with that discussion, but I just want to emphasize that it is a limiting factor on some of the smaller parcels in our downtown commercial areas from this ordinance. I mean, so if you were to change that use, you would have to then deal with these which is the same thing that keeps, I guess now what I'm finding out is it also keeps businesses from changing use specifically, or could.
Probably not.
Okay.
If you're just changing a building, probably not.
Right.
Unless you're going to something that, and I don't have good examples that would be far more intensive.
But this is a change of use from a existing commercial, typically, unless it's vacant property.
I would not see these going into existing developed properties.
Right. Which was what we were given the warning of when you were saying, we're giving you this list of properties, but it's not telling you whether they're already developed currently.
Correct.
And if they're already developed currently, add that to the burden of trying to convert it to a tiny house situation.
I can't envision a situation where it would be feasible to remove an existing building to install tiny homes.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. With that, I'm still supportive of this ordinance. I guess we'll have future conversations around parking. Again, I think the findings are reasonably well done, so thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I
I'm gonna pass. I've already said, it was around the parking, like in the in the Garberville area, the town isn't a half a mile long. It's, and it's got 2 bus stops, so, yeah. Same with Redway.
John, where would this, and this is just off the top of my mind, where would the McKay Ranch play into this? A quarter mile from bus stop, shopping, everything else. It's RU3, I believe. So could they actually build 1,200 tiny homes out there? And set up a nonprofit, knowing how nonprofits can be set up both, so.
So some of the parcels in McKay Ranch are allocated for multifamily residential. They would be available for this kind of use. In North McKay, there is a requirement for a bus stop right in the midst of that commercial and those multifamily residential units. So it is conceivable that something like this could go there, yes.
And then the part where nobody is denied, why would anybody pay?
So the part where nobody is denied is for the emergency housing village, not for the tiny home village.
Okay.
That's why it's really sometimes difficult but important to create that distinction between the 2 ordinances. One is really a permanent market rate kind of housing, and the other is really intended to facilitate housing for the unhoused population.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell?
So in the second ordinance, and I apologize if I didn't read it, but in the first ordinance, it's, they have to be rented for 30 days, a maximum of 30 days, correct?
In both ordinances, there's a prohibition on short-term rentals.
So if you're, in the second one, the second ordinance intended for the houseless population, so it's, and with no.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, why would, that is going to be problematic in that.
So for the operator at that point, they are providing housing for homeless people.
Right.
But it's not being rented out as a short-term rental.
Right, and it's not, because you can't deny, it's not being rented at all, it seems like.
Right. But I think to understand that, you need to take a step back and think about the 2 different uses that are operating there. One use is providing housing that may be for a night, maybe for 6 months, to a person who is unhoused.
Right.
Or a family.
So
that's
that
unhoused.
30-day doesn't require a night?
The 30 day is for short-term rentals. That's not being used. It's the use of the property that's critical here.
So if it's utilized as a houseless situation, then that goes away from that 30 days because it's not being used as an STR?
Right. It's about the
Okay.
use. The
I see it.
short-term
Okay.
rental is a use.
Yep, I get it. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I think this has been well developed, and I am supportive of bringing back that discussion about parking is in a broader way. I think it's appropriate, but I agree that it's the most efficient thing to do is to look at that more comprehensively. So thank you.
Saying.
Are we ready for a vote?
I think so. I've got some concerns now about McKay, putting that many people out there at one time. Because we're not allowing anything else out there, and we do need the housing, but I don't know if that's compatible. But it is principally permitted. I understand. And I do have to make note that it's sometimes said, it was said today, in 10 years, we've done nothing for homeless and things like that. And I think about all the monies we've spent on building facilities. I think about what Betty has done on her smaller scale. I think about what's being built down at the end of Hillficker that took so long and had to get new units, but it got them. I think about what happened to the hotel up here on 4th Street across from the Standard Station, the units across from the co-op. I mean, what has taken place down there's some housing down in Redway, I believe, that has been built. To say we've done nothing, to think it's going to light a fire, it's a process, and this is the process we're going through. It's a long process. As you see, earlier days, 7 years to put up a sign on 299 saying this used to be a ski resort 30 years, 100 years ago. So to say we haven't done anything is wrong. With that, please take the vote.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Chair Bohn.
Sure.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay, I'm going to give the board an opportunity. We've been going strongly for 3 hours. Health and Human Services is here for their program. I expect it to last between an hour and an hour and a half. We can take a lunch break. They've been here.
They're nodding no.
Or we can, and they've been here, or we can.
Need.
Do we need 30 minutes, or do you want to power through?
No, they said their presentation will be
30 minutes in the discussion, so.
Can we take a 10-minute break just to get a snack? I just really like it.
Oh, you're going to go faster than 30 minutes?
Okay, then.
Let's run. You guys, why don't you guys set up, get everything going? We're going to take a 10-minute break, come back here at 10 after 12 and hammer through this, because I can't guarantee you up here will take less than 30 minutes. With that, we will come to the last item of the day. Connie Beck.
Good afternoon, Chair Bohn and members of the board. Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. I'm here today with Robert Ward, Program Coordinator for the HHHC and the county, and Erin Zell, who is the manager for the Continuum of Care, which is also the HHHC. We are going to present a lot of information to you today as soon as Nikki pulls it up for us. There we go. And with that, I will turn it over to Robert.
All right, thank you. So I'll be covering, let's see, the section of this report on the 2024 point-in-time count of people experiencing homelessness. All right, so we have there are many definitions of homelessness or houselessness, if you prefer, without a place, without a roof, HUD's definition, the Department of Education definition. We use a very specific definition for the point-in-time count, and that's people who are residing in a place not meant for habitation, residing in their vehicles, in emergency shelters, and transitional housing. So it's more restrictive really than any other definition of homelessness, including the HUD Category 1 literally homeless definition that we use for eligibility for certain programs. Who do we miss? People who are literally homeless within the week of the count, but not the very night of the count. Couch surfers and unstably doubled up people are prohibited from being included in the count by HUD. Carefully hidden people, unfortunately, if we send volunteers out and we just don't see you, we're not likely to be able to count you. And then people in places that counters have been told not to go. So, for example, we don't ask volunteers to go to private property to search for people experiencing homelessness. So we estimated that 1,573 people were experiencing homelessness on the night of January 22nd, 2024. That's a 4.4% decrease since 2022, a 7.6% decrease from 2019. These are our point-in-time count results going back to 2007. We made some significant changes to the methodology in 2019, and we've kept that same methodology since then. So I think that explains most of the difference you see prior to 2019. On chronic homelessness, so these are folks that have been experiencing homelessness for at least 1 year out of the last 3, and they have a disabling condition, and they're currently homeless as of the night of the count. It's 551 people experiencing chronic homelessness, with almost 80% of those being unsheltered. Mental illness, we estimated 412 adults out of, I think, about 1,430 adults were reported having a significant mental illness. This is a bit lower standard than we use for qualifying people for specialty mental health services. It's like, do you have a disability that impairs your ability to hold a job or live independently? And we ask, is it substance use disorder or mental illness? And that's how we get these data. Substance use disorder, we estimated 485 of the adults reported a substance use disorder, and 95% unsheltered. The families with children, this count is up significantly from 2022. The increase was driven partly by the fact that we were able to include the CalWORKS Temporary Homeless Assistance Motel Voucher Program, the Humboldt Domestic Violence Services Shelter Program, and a new Hoopa Tribal Shelter that was opened during the count that really drove the increase on the family side. Those folks were there before, but we just didn't have data in the past from particularly the CalWORKS program and the HDVS program. Adults in households with no children, 1,345 total adults. 1,128 of these were unsheltered. That's down from 2022 and 2019. And then just a few people in households with only children. So these are minors, not accompanied. And they were all sheltered. Veterans, we had 87 veterans estimated to be experiencing homelessness. It's a large decrease from 2022. Not sure why that is. I don't really have a theory for you. Unaccompanied youth, 92 youth unaccompanied by somebody over the age of 24. Vast majority are unsheltered. In terms of race, the large majority are white, but it's pretty much in line with the share of white in the general population. The big disparity that I noticed in this year's count was American Indian. And so here you can see the percentages at 13.67% of the count was estimated to be American Indian or indigenous. That's much higher. I think more than double than the share in the general population. Oh, well, here I have the general population data. So 6.4, it is more than double. In the past, we've seen big disparities in some other groups, Black, Native Hawaiian. I'm not seeing that this year. Here are the estimates of gender. It's heavily male. And estimates of age. This is similar to the national data, big concentration in the 35 to 55. Those are the most common age brackets. And here we have our unsheltered geographic distribution. We used to see Eureka having the highest numbers. We're now seeing Arcata. Soham was way down from 2022. I think we had over 200, and now it's about 80 some in the various Soham zip codes. And we've added a map. The larger numbers there are just the number of people that we identified in each zip code, unsheltered only. And then this is the breakdown for all of the emergency shelter projects. Eureka Rescue Mission continues to be by far the largest shelter provider. And our 4 transitional housing projects at Redwood Community Action Agency for families with kids, youth, and Nation's Finest for veterans. And that's all. And I wanted to include a slide on, why do we do the count in January? It's because it's mandated by HUD. HUD mandates that we do it in the last 10 days of January because, in a lot of the country, particularly the Northeast, it will snow, and that causes people to use shelters who otherwise wouldn't use them. Doesn't work quite so well on the West Coast, where we just have very few shelter beds relative to the unsheltered population. And if there are any questions about the pit count, I can talk about that now.
Thank you for that information. You started off by saying that you don't count people on private property in particular. And I know for a fact in McKinleyville, the vast majority of homeless people, folks experiencing homelessness, are on private property. I'm wondering where you even count them if you're not counting private property. I mean, there are some that are outside the stores, on the porches, the sidewalk, not sidewalks, but the concrete areas outside stores and stuff in the commercial area. So those will be easy to count. But for instance, the McKinleyville Land Trust has the Chingacho property down by where Kmart used to be, the wooded area there. That's private, but it's a nonprofit. The McKinleyville Service District has now picked up the community forest area, some 400 acres, on the east side of town, back up behind Park and First and all that. Again, that's, I guess, public property in the sense that it's now owned by the CSD. Do you know if they were able to count? That's probably the largest camp is back on that property.
I should clarify that, it's really publicly accessible areas are where we ask counters to go. So I did some interviews myself outside of O'Reilly on Broadway, so that's fine. We don't want people, jumping somebody's fence and going onto their farm.
Sure.
Looking for, we use an app to collect the data so we can see the specific locations where the interviews were done. So I could go into that data and see if we have any interviews collected in that zone in particular. We also did a lot of outreach to try and find out where all of the unsheltered locations were. We had a system this year for community members to submit locations so that we could make sure that those locations were covered, and I would just encourage people to do, we're going to do that again from now on, so I would encourage people to submit unsheltered locations as we're preparing for the 2026 count.
Yeah. I mean, before Devil's Playground was dissolved, McKinleyville had very few homeless individuals. They were pretty well hidden at any rate. Ever since then, there's been a much larger population, and I think it's more like 70 to 100 people from what I can gather doing trash cleanups and camp cleanups and working with property owners. There's a significant number, and I've been talking with the CSD about, so what's the plan now that you have the community forest? Are we going to just shove everybody out, or is there a plan for how we're going to come in and engage that community, working with local churches and others to try and provide emergency shelters and stuff? And of course, we have the emergency shelter ordinance and all these other tools, but the funding has really kind of disappeared to help run those things. Arcata House Partnership, as we know, has done a great job of trying hard to provide emergency shelter, to do parking lot situations and other things. But as I understand it, the money to help run those kinds of things has really kind of not only gotten low, but almost disappeared in a way. And it was already hard staffing those things anyway. But without the funding, there's just nobody's going to step up and do it without that. So I suspect that that's going to add to our problems in a way, because those were parts of the solution, right? So
Well, I've been doing this work for 9 years now, and there's never been a reliable source of funding for emergency shelters. There's some federal money through the Emergency Solutions Grants Program, but the money for shelters is all competitive. And it's extremely competitive. So we are getting, HAP allocations, and you can pay for shelter with those allocations, but we don't know it, if that's all year to year.
Yeah. Last question, with the recent rulings on the old Boise decision, as it was called, that said you could not just move people off of public property. They had every right to camp there if they wanted to, unless there was an option for them. Of course, people would always point out that the mission had empty beds every night, but if you're in McKinleyville, that's not a really great option in terms of getting there, et cetera. Or even if you could get there, there are many people with severe mental health issues and or a dog or any number of other things that make it to where they really can't be sheltered at the mission. Now that the ruling has come down that you actually can, and the governor said we're going to move everybody off of public property, you seeing some changes in population shifting based on that yet? Or I know the deputies and the sheriffs are talking about how that does give them the tools with public property. Not private property, it's a trespass issue, right? But, are you seeing any shifts in things happening based on that new ruling? Nothing significant yet?
No, I haven't. I've been talking to people about it, and I haven't heard from, any public property owner that they plan to change their policies locally.
Okay. Last question. When you say Arcata's numbers have gone way up, does that include the banks of the Mad River there that is actually county land? It's not in the city of Arcata? Where you go out that road, was it Boyd Road, Mike, Supervisor Wilson? A lot of that area, Boyd Road, where Arcata House Partnership is actually in the county. It's not in the city of Arcata. So I'm just wondering, is that population included in the Arcata numbers? It's a very large population.
Yeah, those numbers are all based on zip code.
Zip code, so that would probably be Arcata zip code,
Great.
even though it's in the county, actually.
Right.
Okay.
Arcata is 95521, so that's,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a little confusing area of jurisdiction. All right, thank you.
I think when we see those numbers up there, it's not specific to the boundaries, it's the greater Eureka area, it's the greater Arcata, it's the whole area. Because right now, I know in the last 4 months, I have had a huge influx of interaction with homeless out at the Redwood Fields. Huge. So Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I'm a little surprised that the numbers in Southern Humboldt are down, and like Supervisor Madrone, in Redway, the 5 biggest camps are on private property. Do you know if those areas were surveyed?
Yes, they were.
They were. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Michelle Hernandez was our local lead down there, if you want to talk to her about it. But I thought they did a great job, but I was also surprised that the numbers were down.
It doesn't, just driving around, that doesn't seem accurate, but who knows, that, and then that was in January. Maybe they came up here where it's not so cold at that time. I don't know, but I do know that the private property along Redway Drive, the upper portion of that, where those 5 main camps are utilized heavily, and so I just wanted to make sure that they were being counted, so thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Are we going to talk about the letter separately? Was that the intent here? We didn't, but the letter that is also on the agenda.
Yeah, and I think that's number 2. I don't think they're done with their presentation yet.
Great. No
So I was
questions on
going to
this.
move on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk about housing and homelessness programs in Humboldt County. We're going to start with DHHS housing programs, which includes housing outreach and mobile engagement, CalWorks housing support program, adult protective services, Home Safe, child welfare services, bringing families home, housing disability advocacy program, or HDAP, transitional housing placement program for foster and probation youth, and housing opportunity for people with AIDS and HIV/AIDS rehousing team. We're going to start with HOME, the Housing Outreach and Mobile Engagement Team. They do street outreach and mobile outreach and help engage clients in Medi-Cal, CalFresh, HMIS, identification, birth certificates, behavioral health services, housing applications, and Section 8 applications. They also do housing support services, which consists of periodic check-ins, life skills coaching, maintaining units cleanliness, avoiding lease violations, being a good neighbor, and coordinating service needs such as counseling, medical appointments, food bank, and in-home supportive services. HOME works with over 130 private landlords and property management agencies. Because we're short on time, I won't go ahead and read you some of the quotes here, but people are very, very happy with the property management and the way that we treat our landlords, making sure that damages are taken care of. Home outcomes so far: 413 people experiencing serious mental illness and chronic homelessness obtained permanent supportive housing, 144 more since 2022. And after 1 year, 92% remain in housing. And after 2 years, there's a 69% decline in Semper Virens admissions, 76% decline in jail bookings, a 64% decline in hospital admissions, and 37% decline in emergency room admissions. And the housing support services, we have 270 plus eligible individuals that are currently being supported to obtain housing. We have 166 supported to obtain and are utilizing an active housing authority voucher. 513 people are on the housing authority voucher waiting list, and 31 of which are housed. The CalWorks Housing Support Program is housing stability for CalWorks families at risk of or experiencing homelessness, temporary shelter, help with moving costs, short to medium term rental subsidies, and wraparound case management. 333 families that include 599 children were able to achieve stable housing. 29 evictions have been prevented. The Adult Protective Services Home Safe Program, it's for elders 60 and older and dependent adults 18 to 59 who are unable to protect their own interests or care for themselves. Temporary housing, enhanced case management, coordination with other agencies, deep cleaning or hoarding assistance, rent mortgage payments, and security deposits were the most common interventions. And we've helped 227 clients since 2019, with $5,625 being the median direct expenditure for each home safe case. Child Welfare Services, their Bringing Families Home program, is housing stability for CWS families at risk of or experiencing homelessness, temporary shelter, help with moving costs, short to medium term rental subsidies, as well as wraparound case management. 101 families that include 177 children were able to achieve stable housing. 3 evictions have been prevented, and 94% remain in housing after 1 year. The HDAP, or Housing Disability Action Program, is advocacy for disability benefits plus housing supports. 44 people who have a disability who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness and are applying for disability benefit programs obtained housing and were provided homelessness prevention. The Public Health North Coast AIDS Project and housing programs, we have the HOPWA and HEART programs. In fiscal year 23-24, the HOPWA program was approximately $121,422, and that money helped 83 rental assistance payments, 11 mortgage assistance payments, 24 utilities assistance payments, $2,790 in transportation vouchers, and there is nobody on the waiting list. Multiple families with children are included in that. The HEART Permanent Supportive Housing for chronically homeless persons living with HIV or AIDS in fiscal year 23-24 came in at $93,404, and with those funds we housed 11 people, transitioned 2 into other housing. 92% have been housed between 1 and 5 years. 100% are disabled, with 77% having 3 or more conditions. 62% suffer from mental health disorders, 38% from substance use disorders, 46% with a history of domestic violence, and 2 on the waiting list in that program. The Humboldt Housing and Homelessness Coalition, in addition, DHHS acts as the administrative entity for the HHHC administering state and federal housing grants on behalf of a dozen community organizations. These community-based organizations serve various populations experiencing homelessness across the county with permanent housing, transitional housing, emergency shelter, street outreach, homeless prevention, and case management programs. These are the state allocations to the HHHC. And as you see, for the last few years, it has been consistent. One of the problems with this funding is it is state funding, and we don't know year from year if we're going to get the funding the next year or what that's going to look like. These are some of our previous grants that we have recently finished up with, our CASH, HEAP, and ESGCV, and you can see that they are awarded to many, many different partners in our community. HAP 1 and HAP 2 awards. HAP 1 was a larger award, which is why you see so many different CBOs, community-based organizations within that. HAP 2, you can see the distribution of funds between those organizations involved. This is HAP 3 and 4, and you can see the associated CBOs and the awards that they were given for their projects. One of the great things that we've done over the last few years is increased our permanent supportive housing units. We've gone from 30 in 2019 to about 10 times that in 2023. These are our permanent supportive housing units that we have, and the dedicated units and the running total of the total amount of units. So we have 335 permanent supportive housing units in our program. And here are some pictures of those units. And as you can see, these are beautiful, beautiful places to live. And I'm sure many of you have been to these for various ribbon cutting ceremonies. We have a lot of other projects that are in process that aren't in here. We have our Extreme Weather Shelters group. We have the Navigation Center, and we have SOHUM Housing Opportunities Encampment Resolution Funding Program grant. The Navigation Center presented to your board on 4/4/2023, third and commercial, and it's a place for people to be during the day as well as getting services and benefits. Meetings resuming soon. I think on the 29th of this month they resume. Yeah. And the immediate goal is develop a timeline to share. The SOHUM Housing Opportunities Safe Camp, the HHHC was awarded $3.5 million in encampment resolution round 3 funds in April to be administered by SOHUM Housing Opportunities. The funds will be used to establish a facility with 10 tiny homes, 5 spaces where people will be able to live in vehicles or trailers, and provide rental assistance and services to help people experiencing unsheltered homelessness to move into permanent housing. This is the location here in over in Garberville, as you can see. And it is actually those 2 plots in the yellow that are within the red square there. And with that, I will turn it over to
Does that include, I get on the SOHUM property, does that include the purchase of the property too?
Yeah, the 3.5 million is the entire amount of the grant, and that does include the property purchase price.
That's about $230,000 a unit for a tiny home and 5 parking places. Yeah. That's why I'm at. Yeah, that's why I asked.
And there's also approximately $1 million in rental assistance.
Okay.
For that, so it's not just those 15, the 10 or the 15 units there. It's the ability to get people into rental assistance in the community.
I agree. It's not. I think that was more of a clarification. It is not inexpensive to provide a housing unit at the end of the day. It comes out. Some of these units are 4 to 5 to close to 600,000 a unit. And some of these we've built. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned earlier the numbers are down for the vets. I don't know if that's because they're aging out, Vietnam vets in particular, but there are other vets from the more recent wars. I don't know if there's a higher incidence with the more recent wars of people ending up experiencing homelessness as compared to those that came back from Vietnam, which was a pretty high number, a lot of people that really struggled for decades, right? But again, I know you said, who knows, lots of theories, right? But we really don't know for sure. On Title III fund utilization, that's one of the primary ways for rental assistance, I believe. Is that correct, Title III? Am I saying that right? Title III rental assistance programs?
Section 8, HUD Section 8?
Section 8, that's what I meant. Yeah, Section 8, not 3. I know the work you've all been doing with landlords, the numbers show that. You went from 30 to 335. The work you're doing with landlords to assure response to any damages, deposits, working with them, is that the primary thing that's helped increase that?
Yeah, I think it's several things, but definitely the landlord mitigation funds have really helped. We have both landlord incentive projects as well as landlord mitigation for when there are damages. And really, it's important for us to make sure that the landlords know that we're going to take care of them. If they have damages, that we're going to do our best to make sure that that's, doesn't hurt them financially, that we take care of it, as well as trying to incentivize them to take our clients by offering, bonus funding for signing leases with our clients.
Well, a great success there. Kudos to you and all the staff that are working on all these programs. But that is really, the data speaks for itself. The lower numbers at the hospitals, this, that, and everything else, just tremendous effort there. But when I came on in 2019 on the board, there was a substantial amount of Section 8 housing voucher money that was going unutilized every year and basically returned or unutilized from the federal government. And in talking with Director Beck, many of the surrounding counties were also experiencing a similar issue. Would you say that now we're using most of it and that surrounding counties, do you know how surrounding counties are doing with their utilization of Section 8?
This is really a better question for the Housing Authority, which administers the Section 8 voucher program. I think what has come up in the past is the utilization of our HUD permanent supportive housing rental assistance dollars, which in the current grant year, we're going to have some unspent funds, unfortunately. We have the 330 units of dedicated physical apartments, but then we also have rental assistance. So you saw the quote there from J&J. That's not part of the 330 units. These are scattered sites out in the community that are privately owned. They're available for rent on the market, and we help people get in there. And vacancy rates are extremely low. Rents just keep going up.
Yeah.
The competition is very fierce, so it continues to be difficult. And HUD has a lot of requirements around, who you serve. Their needs have to be very severe. The units have to meet rent reasonableness standards and certain quality standards. So there's just a lot of difficulties with the HUD permanent supportive housing grants.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for that information. One of the discussions that Director Beck and I have been having over the years is HUPA has a modular plant that's been kind of shuttered for years. It's state of the art, and it could be producing tiny homes, right? And we're working with Senator McGuire and others to try and get funding to put their business plan together and hopefully get that operating once again. And the thought was, if we could do that, that they could be producing tiny homes for not only our county, but surrounding counties. And I really applaud Show and the work that Supervisor Bushnell and that community are doing down in Garberville. But again, it took purchasing of a property to try and do it. We talk about surplus public property, but then usually there's other issues with those locations or those properties that make it not so suitable to put something there. But those are part of the puzzle, right? We're finding places where we can do these now permitted tiny house villages or other dependent villages. So that's another piece to the puzzle. But then where do we get the funding to really make some of these houses? Well, if we have unutilized Section 8 voucher money or other funds that are going unutilized, could we somehow use county general funds to contract short-term, like a loan, to build so many of these per year to put on appropriate properties, and then use that Section 8 voucher money or other funds to repay the general fund once the rents come due, right? You create a finance plan and do that. So it's just a piece of a puzzle that I've been trying to figure out in my district, because HUPA could use those jobs. They have the facility. And it's just a piece I wanted to share with you, because I've really mainly talked with Director Beck, but I'm sure she's shared it as well. So it's just, how do we take these unutilized assets and start linking them together, so.
But, I mean, if there were tiny homes developed and available for rent, then, I'm sure we would be trying to help our folks access those with rental assistance dollars. With the HUD money, you really want the bathroom to be inside the unit to meet the usual housing quality standards, so not the dependent unit situation. I mean, maybe a dependent kitchen, but permanent supportive housing, you really want people to have their own bathroom.
Yeah. And do you think there'll be more grant monies available like what Show got to actually purchase property to make these kinds of things happen, or what's that look like?
Yeah, I think the state legislature really likes the encampment resolution funding program, since it's really targeted towards unsheltered folks and, helping address these highly visible problems. So I expect them, as long as there's money to appropriate, I think they're going to continue that program.
And then, of course, it takes a really viable nonprofit like Show to step up, like Arcata House, like Betty Chin and others, to step up and actually run these things and make them happen and pull the pieces together. So again, kudos to Southern Humboldt.
And I can tell you, I think there's the building technology at CR has been looking into building tiny homes. I know they've talked and everything else. And if we could get a place where we needed 50 tiny homes, the building technology, because it's the construction, it's the corners, it's the angles, it gives them actually a better version on how to build a house, is because they've got so many angles and windows and things like that they've been offering. And then I think there's a new company in town called Humboldt Homes that is building ready-to-go structures, it looks like. So, and I know CAO Hayes is setting up a meeting with a company called Pallet for us that is very sick. They built a facility down in Santa Rosa that I toured, and Connie was there, and it's pretty amazing. And the cost it cost them to do it was not extreme, and I think there was 100 units there, Connie, or with a...
I thought there were 60.
Is that okay? And they've held up really well. I checked just the other day. I said, how are they holding up? And the neighbors have tended, it's very well managed. So, Supervisor Bush. One other thing. Sorry, the navigation center. As we move forward, there is some movement at the navigation center that I think is going to be positive for the homeless issue also. So I don't know if we can talk about that, or do you want to?
I don't think we have enough information to bring that forward
All right,
at this point.
perfect. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just want to recognize that Show and that group have been working for a long time, and they applied for that grant and didn't qualify for that. It's a very competitive process, and they didn't qualify the first several times. And they identified a property, narrowed down their application many times to be able to get approved. They're like 15 years in the process of trying to identify this pallet type home thing that they're doing. And so it didn't happen overnight, and it was very dedicated set of volunteers. They've worked diligently and have gone through, many volunteers and just kept chipping away. And so I am very proud of them. I had very little to do with it, so I really want to say that they were a very dedicated group, starting with one individual a while back, and she's passed on, but they just are very, very committed to the community of the homeless down there and really working for solutions. And so there is lots of monies, but the qualifications are very hard. I met with Senator McGuire many times and trying to figure out how to get home key and turnkey and all those things, and you just don't really qualify in especially a rural area very easily. So thanks to Show and the volunteers in Southern Humboldt.
All right, I will open this up to public comment then.
I'm going to
are
talk
you done?
just a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit about
Thought
the
that was-
Transportation Assistance Program, and there's one last slide, Nikki, if you could bring that up. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our Transportation Assistance Program, because there's been a lot of media recently around San Francisco possibly busing people to Humboldt County. I think they noted us being the third most popular place to send folks. And so we did draft a letter for your consideration that's attached to the board agenda. And I did just want to remind you that we do, you all know that we have a transportation assistance program. I think that most counties have transportation, some sort of transportation assistance program, and most of those programs, they must be offered employment or friend or family offering support in the location where they're going. In our program, we verify prior to approval and then post arrival. So we have staff that connect with the person on the other end and ensure that they made it there and they were successful. And that program allows for meal and gas allowance or bus tickets. One thing that's changed a little bit recently is we don't have a bus that leaves here. So the transit from here to Reading is a little more complicated, I'm hearing, and costs just a little more money for bus tickets. But I think we've been pretty successful, and we send probably 9 folks a month on average with that program. So I would love to hear conversation around the letter and what your thoughts are around that. We do have concerns around that, and so I'd love to hear from you.
And our TAP program, I mean, that was one of the things I got involved with 11, 12 years ago, because it was taking an average of 48 to 72 hours to process someone that wanted to go home, that needed that, and the whole process. And what would happen is somebody decided that they'd hit rock bottom, they want to go home, this is their last chance probably to live. And we were able to, in about 6 months, Phil and his team, they were able to get it down to less than 12 hours doing all the background. Because we did the follow-up 3 months later, we'd follow up and see how they were doing. We just didn't dump them and everything else. And this was basically the basics of the San Francisco's Homeward Bound program that they had. And they had that up until about 10 months ago, 11 months ago. They ran from 2005 to 2023, and they actually assisted 11,300 people out to go home. And that program, as we know, staff takes time and costs money, but they would actually make sure that the person they were sending to wherever they chose hadn't committed a serious crime, had family members on the other end that they had talked to and everything, and along those lines. And then 10 months ago, it was replaced with the Journey Home program, which has all you have to do is ask, I want to go here, and you get a bus ticket and you get to go. No follow-up, no everything else. Costs them about, they're averaging $275. So I appreciate the attention being brought forward to, because you're giving somebody, and they're giving them that option. If they're arrested, they're giving them that option rather than jail. So I'm picking a town if I'm not, don't have to get me behind bars, and that's what the issue's being, and I think that's what's wrong. And this program we're questioning today is only 10 months old, 11 months old. It's not the old Homeward Bound program that it did the follow-up, our TAP program. And our TAP program was actually, at one time, I used to get a monthly number, and then people retire and it goes away. It was up to 40 people some months that we got very, very active on it. And some of these people that we're talking about that have hit rock bottom, you call up a family member and says they would like to come home, and they've kicked them out for tough love and everything else, but they're also told this may be the last time you're ever contacted, except maybe by the coroner, because they have literally hit with fentanyl and everything else. They have hit rock bottom. So our TAP program works real well, and hopefully San Francisco can go back to more, not just dumping, but actually assisting and helping people get help. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation on everything that we covered already. It's pretty It's pretty awesome to see I know there are many obstacles to some of these programs being implemented. Funding is just one of them, and it's great to see the collective work that you all, in partnership with our whole community, have been able to do. I do have thoughts about the letter, though. Shifting gears. So when I first saw this article going around, my immediate response was, what's the San Francisco Standard? A publication I'd never heard of before. It turns out it's a very recent news publication founded by, one of their local billionaires, and we had one of those publications for a little while ourselves in Humboldt. So, not to say that that's in any way bad, but I had never heard of it as a publication before. And so I looked into it a little bit more, and, I see that it's an online publication that does have a readership in the Bay Area. And, I see then some news coverage about conversations with San Francisco's kind of Department of Health and Human Services counterparts. And it sounds like, there are some people who got transportation to Humboldt County who had some kind of family or friend here. I don't know what additional steps they take to vet transportation assistance on their end. But we have likely sent people also to family and friends in other big cities around the state. So from my perspective, while I do want to have more information and collaboration with other counties, Department of Health and Human Services, I think the letter is, from my perspective, a little bit of overkill. I wouldn't say that I was dismayed to learn that there are some people coming to Humboldt County. It looked like in 1 year it was 25 people throughout the whole state of California. And so, perhaps a disproportionate number of people coming to Humboldt County. But presumably they also have family and friends here, because that's what San Francisco's Health and Human Services staff said that they do, is do something very similar to what we do. So those are my thoughts on the letter. If staff feel really differently and feel that this is, that there's some disproportionate situation going on, then I'm happy to hear more about it. But I would say I like to reserve letters for, this seems like it could be a staff-to-staff conversation. And if you feel you need more weight than that, then please, let us know, me know. But it seems like we could have a staff-to-staff conversation about, perhaps reenacting stronger communication. We know this is an initiative that the, City and County of San Francisco is working hard on. So would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Please.
So we found a copy of the policy, and I think it basically aligns with what Supervisor Bohn described. I mean, this is really a dramatic change in their policy, where they previously had a program that worked exactly like ours did, where they try to make sure that you have someplace to go on the other end. And now all you have to do is say that you had a previous address in the community, that you know people there. You don't have to have a place to go. You don't have to even be experiencing homelessness. You could just have a substance use disorder and be arrested, as Supervisor Bohn described. So there was an article in, I think, Mission Local. It was a very different perspective from the Standard, and the writer is like, well, what made the program meaningful is we made sure people had the place to go. That's problem solving. And so we're not doing that anymore. They quoted like a disgruntled city worker saying that. So it really is a dramatic change in policy.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Supervisor Wilson.
I guess I had similar concerns, which around the tone, only because it doesn't reference, what you're saying now, there's this policy that you've seen, and that, is it, I don't know if it's through an article or it's through their staff directly giving you the information.
I just Googled it,
okay,
and we can share that with you.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's like I do like to, if we can, reach out to staff first and find out, we found this policy. Is this really your policy? Is this really, to confirm that that's really the thing that they're doing, and to check in and have that staff-to-staff communication. that you might find a lot more information, and then maybe adjust a written communication based on that actual information from real staff. That's kind of where I'm at, and I don't mind giving some discretion to the staff and through the chair to write a letter. I don't think it's something has to. I'm okay with something not necessarily coming back, but I would like some connectivity between staff and just to find out, just to confirm that what you understand to be true is true, and then respond to that. And also, if they don't respond to you or don't give you information, then lay that out in the letter too. Like, hey, we've reached out and we haven't received any information, and so we're writing a letter to you. So I that's just all. I kind of feel like it just misses a step. Besides that, I think, having some concern about the program, if that is what it is, and it's just like a one person's account from a disgruntled employee. I don't know. Maybe there's more to it than that. So that's just my concern. And again, I don't think there should be no letter. I just would like to make sure that we're at least having some communication first. That's all.
I think, and if you want, the San Francisco Human Services Agency, their criteria is be experienced homelessness and or substance use disorder and currently staying in San Francisco, not be on parole or probation limiting them to be in San Francisco, provide informed consent and demonstrate that they can travel safely, voluntarily agree to participate, have a connection to destination. Individuals need to demonstrate their relationship to the destination city, including prior residence or family friends located there. They just have, and limit pets to a single dog or cat, limit bags to a single backpack plus purse and a single duffel bag. That is the program criteria for the Journey Home. Now, the program criteria for the Homeward Bound was much like our TAP program. You had to connect with someone. You had to make sure they hadn't committed a crime in that area that they were going to. You had to make sure they had someone, meeting them at the bus stop. And 11 months ago, they took out 90% of the criteria and dropped the price to about $275 an individual to buy them a bus ticket to where they said they wanted to go. And so that is what changed. And I guess we could call staff and everything else. I think if you want to tone down, I don't know how you tone down the letter anymore. We're just asking them not to do what they used to do before, to make sure somebody says, I've got a friend in Humboldt and I think they'll let me stay with them. They don't call to confirm that or anything else. And that's by their own set of rules. And then there's also another, they've given the same set of rules. Chief William Scott has given his a letter to all his forces for the police department of San Francisco to make sure people know that this program is a homelessness that they encounter. This program is available to them. So, I mean, it's in their guidelines. We can follow up and make sure their guidelines are what they say they are. But I guess we could talk to staff, but I think letting the mayor know, I kind of feel like I'm talking back when we wrote the letter about fentanyl about the former DA that wasn't doing anything. It's time we, in 25, we only got 7 or 9 or whatever. And the thing is, our cost for taking care of a homeless person that has nothing up here, we saw the stats, and it's expensive. And if we're ever going to go the other way, we've got to have them, this has to curtail so we can take care of our own homeless so we can do all homeless, but we don't need to be a dumping ground. I don't mean dumping ground. I just think you guys have enough to do already, right? So, thank you.
Thanks. I think that the difference here is this is an open public letter and a PRA. I would like to clarify whether we've connected directly with their staff yet before PRAing them. Has that happened?
I have not.
Okay, my strong preference would be in line with Supervisor Wilson, that we connect agency to agency or make that attempt first and then document that and retool this and resend if that doesn't happen. I get that we're making a statement here, but I think, from one county to another, that would be a good start.
Could we put in the letter and give the address to our folks and ask the mayor to accommodate her folks so we could have a conversation about this? I mean, I guess we could. I don't want to hurt San Francisco's feelings, but on the other hand, I don't care. I'm not worried about kid gloves. I'm not worried about county to county. I'm worried about solving a problem, and in a lot of cases, we give letters to the mayor. For us, we've all got letters at one. Well, Steve and I have got letters as chairs that pertain to something that's happening in the county, and then we just pass it off accordingly. So, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I don't disagree with the letter either. I think if they're going to, it would have been kind for them or courtesy for them to reach out to our county and see where the appropriate area, if they're going to bus houseless or homeless or whatever to our county, dropping them off in Garberville or dropping them off in Eureka are two different areas, no services in Garberville to say, or, where would be a good area if we're going to do this, or letting you know that we're doing this as a policy, letting you know our policy changed. So I don't know why that falls on us to reach out to them to say, hey, what are you doing in our county? So I'm okay with the letter and its content right now.
And with that, they're the ones who gutted their policy 11 months ago. We didn't have anything to do with that, nor did they ask us, do you mind if we gut their policy? And maybe all we're asking them is to follow the same standards we do. And we should ask that, start with the mayor, and ask her to have our staff give her the courtesy of all the numbers she needs to contact who would be in charge of that, because I think you're going to get a better response that way. And very politely, thank you for her help on this. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I'm fine with the letter.
I am happy to make a motion that and I know we have public comment. Do you want to do public comment first? Okay.
Public comment?
I'm fine with the letter. I like the letter. I strongly support Supervisor Arroyo and Supervisor Wilson reaching out as soon as this meeting's over, and maybe they'll come to some resolution before we even send a letter. Sometimes it takes a few days, but I doubt it. Unfortunately, these larger areas are not responsive attorneys. A little bit briefly about why we have so many people here. This used to be what was classified, I hope it's politically correct, was called the Hobo Highway. And people would go up and down seasonally, and this is one of their staying places. We have the lowest delta T, deficit in temperature, of one of the lowest ones in the nation. So your count is totally dependent upon Mother Nature. If we have a really hard winter, like we're having now, you won't find the people there. So your count, in my opinion, should be taken this time of year, because that's when actually the people are here. I mean, that's the accurate time to do your count, and I strongly suggest you change your time count to that. I think it's easier to get out there. The weather's not inclement. The people will be more accessible. The ones who are here left in this last time count were some people who probably had no other option. I did want to make mention, there's a company, you probably never heard of it, called Blue Lake Enterprises, Inc., for many years ago, and I was in charge of acquisitions for that company. We also did acquisitions. At that time, it was the Russos, the Morgans, that would be Melanie, and Jared now runs our corporation. And we looked at, part of my acquisition lien was looking at the mill site out there. We had probably the need for, if we decided to go that direction, maybe 200 tiny homes to facilitate our needs. I think Melanie has a nice one, maybe. Jared might have built her a really nice one. That was an experiment to see our thing. We are very skilled at what we're doing, but Unfortunately, we really didn't seem to get the support from the county to move forward and make the acquisition, take our property we already own, and put these things on there. And I would like to make comment on the thing that came before you. My concern, I wasn't here for Nessie Wade's comments, but if Nessie's happy with what you guys are doing in Tiny Home Village and things, then maybe we will consider moving forward. Until that happens, I just would hate to say that our money that we all have, and we all did quite well, and we have the skill set, obviously, to do what we need. We can put together crews. I was working with the guy in charge of industrial arts up there at Hoopa High School. I think his name is Jeff Richardson or something like that. Franklin, is that it? We were attempting to put that together up there with him. It would have been a perfect fit. But I guess this maybe is not meant to be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. If you want to speak, step on up.
It is not only San Francisco. Late last year, I encountered a family in Fortuna who were staying at the short stay. They had been living in, they lived in Humboldt County several years ago, and they had been living in LA for many years, and they lost their housing. And they looked and they looked and they looked and they looked and looked. They couldn't find it. And finally, they said, I can't find anything. And they said, well, what do you want to do? She says, I need to go someplace else. Where would you like to go? Well, I used to live in Arcata. And they gave her and her family a bus ticket. And so she went to Arcata House, and of course, there's nothing here. And they ended up, finally, I helped them with rent at the short stay for a couple of months, for a month. And then they went to, the last I heard of, they were in Santa Cruz. They had gone down there and were staying at the campground, hoping to get into the shelter. And so this was last December, I guess, because it was before winter. Maybe it was November, I don't know. But anyway, before winter set in. So this is what's happening. And so I encourage you to send the letter. I encourage you to maybe send it also, I don't know, to the governor or to some other people to let them know that this is a situation. And it's not good. And the other thing that I wanted to say that I didn't say before is that the code, I said the code section, the remaining code sections allow you, again, I want you to say this again, to set aside things. And I encourage you to look at it. There are other areas that are doing campgrounds. They are not doing it as I would like with tenancy, but they are doing campgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Bohn, we do have a caller online.
Please.
Excuse me. Caller 0151, *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Dottie Russell again. There are a few things that I wanted to bring up, and possibly it could be incorporated in a letter or communication to the mayor of San Francisco. The statement "used to live in Humboldt County" actually is pretty specific to that they don't live there anymore, and probably for a reason. So unless they used to live in Humboldt County and have a person that says they can come back, then I think it's more reason to send them not back to Humboldt County. Because if people don't do well in Humboldt County and leave, then just sending them back so that they can not do well again is in nobody's best interest, including theirs. So that's number one. Number two, Rob has been working on the HHHC point in time counts for a long time, doing a fantastic job, the best that he can. There were a number of reasons this year that we didn't get the count that we might have. I've personally been into the camps and done things over the years as well. So it's a program that really means well. Rob can tell you better, but I think that the federal government establishes when the date is to do the point and count, that it's not our choice to do it. So that's what my understanding is, or at least was in the past. So that's one thing. Another thing is that if we're looking at who are we going to cooperate with, what landlords are willing to do things. We've been doing Section 8 housing for years and years and years. And for the most part, it's been a great program. It's not always communicated when somebody runs into a problem that there's money to help fix what people have done in terms of vandalizing a piece of property. I'm told that that's changed, but it hasn't changed what we have been left with. So I would really appreciate having somebody on the board to coordinate with the housing authorities and with us. They've come down in the past to participate. The lady that used to come down doesn't come down anymore. So if there's any funds and any vouchers that are not being used, the Southern Humboldt and some people that are living in what was a Section 8 piece of property, that they need it and they're on a wait list, they need it now. So there are people that have children that have lost their children because they didn't have a voucher, and it would be really wonderful if we could figure that out. The HHHC has been doing a great job for a long, long time with people that are very dedicated, and there's a meeting.
Thank you, Dottie.
Chair Bohn, we do have one more caller.
Please.
All right, call-in user number 4, *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes. I see you're unmuted. I'm sorry, we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want to say, I think that Humboldt County has a lot to be proud of. I mean, there's so many really extraordinary services, and I think there's always this pain, like, what else can we do? We're all working so hard. But the reality is that people are out there, and they don't have a place to stay, and, it's what's typically called the shelter gap. And I think that, I won't talk about the tiny home bill because I realize that's not the topic right now, but I can refer to your other programs that I think really can provide some ways to address that gap, and we're almost there yet. And I think what I would ask is, like, for example, the Safe Parking, Safe Shelter pilot program is really an amazing accomplishment, and they do have an amazing website. I hope people will go check it because the people, the county staff that developed it was very comprehensive. They went and they researched throughout the state and I think throughout the country to find best practices. And so it is usable, but there's some gap between people knowing about it or knowing how to access it. And I would just say, for example, it was a January 9th, 2024 meeting, and I thought that Director Ford was wonderful because he said, we really rolled up our sleeves and we researched what was missing and we have made plans to, to address it. But my understanding with all the other things going on, that they really haven't quite done that outreach that Ford said they were going to do. And also that he said there was a need to find out what some funding sources are. And it doesn't mean that it's easy, and it doesn't mean that it's the best we want for people. But, when you're on the streets, then if you have a place where you can go to the bathroom that's safe, that's a major accomplishment. And I think also that there's a value to these other programs because they're kind of a bottom-up approach, and often in those situations, people feel they have to help to make it run, and that in itself is really wonderful. And I think one of the things I want to say is when we who care so much about people being outside speak, I don't mean to be antagonistic or negative about anybody. I know so much is being done. In fact, I don't even believe in criticism, as a basic premise. I believe what Dale Carnegie said, it kind of doesn't help too much. So I never want to come across that way. But what I want to say is I know some of the people who have been involved in developing these projects I'm not speaking for AHA, and, don't know, but I'm a really great admirer. And there's some other programs like that. And I think if the county would maybe help out and find a way where we can make a connection and be a bridge between what the county typically does and what these programs do, we would provide housing for people that has not yet happened, but could be a beautiful thing, because some of the models that are being based on really have operated for years and years. And I think with a little bit of help from the county, these programs could also help to address the gap. And like I said, I'm impressed by all that's being done. And, but there are people outside, and I feel that each single person out there is important. I guess we get used to it, and we don't treat it like the emergency that it is. But
Thank you.
that I came across.
Seeing no one else, Supervisor Rowe.
I wanted to ask a quick question of Director Beck, but I also just wanted to note, going back to the letter, it's really not about whether or not we like or agree with their policy change, which I think is problematic if it is being executed the way that it was expressed. But we have in our local news a statement from them that I think we would have all had access to in the last day or two, saying that they do connect by phone with friends or family to ensure that there's someone receiving the person on the other end, et cetera. So I think it does sound similar to us, but I would also just say, like, if to bring it closer to home, if Mendocino County sent a letter saying, hey, we're PRAing you for something that we have heard about but haven't confirmed directly with your staff, I would be embarrassed for them. So I will say that, I'd love to hear what Director Beck was going to say about this letter, even if you don't agree with where I'm coming from on this. But those are my thoughts about the letter.
Supervisor Wilson has something to say.
Well, I mean, it's along those lines a little bit. It's for in the future too. It's like when I would have preferred this letter be separate as an item from the report, because the report is so much great information and something we should talk about separately than sort of reactionary letters that we sometimes do as this organization. And I participate in those letters often, so I wanted, it's always good that we kind of separate those, because I think it's taking sort of fire away from the importance of the point in time count and the other things. I did want to say that there was a good suggestion about legislation. If we want to sort of make it so that all jurisdictions have a sort of threshold for this, then maybe we should be working with McGuire's office on seeking that sort of legislation that would provide that assurance to all of our jurisdictions within the state of California that we aren't doing this, this sort of these sort of changes upon one another. So I think that's a great idea, and I think that we should put that on our legislative agenda. I also, the sentence about that we're the top three, and that the source of that still is just a media source, and so for me, again, I don't mind sending letters, but I do think it is important that we reach out, because I mean, there's no reason why San Francisco would be talking to every jurisdiction that they have that they potentially might send somebody to with their their update of their current policy, just like we wouldn't do that to anybody else. But I do think it's important that we have good relations. It is part of problem solving. I think that that how we interface and interact with our other jurisdictions matters, and so. From that perspective, I still don't mind sending a letter. I just would like to get some confirmation of actual data and give discretion to staff and to the board chair to amend it if it's needed to be amended. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get to. I'm not trying to that's.
Yeah, and I would suggest is take away the PRA request right off the get-go, because the program They had an 18-year-old program that's written in their books, and then I just read directly out of their Human Services report on what it is, and it also says that the chief of police distributed to all his people on the force how to deal with it off of this program. So that's not media, that's not anything else, that's coming from San Francisco's own thing. So what we should request is, would you please allow us what you did in the past, and please make sure you notify an individual, and they used to follow up. There used to be a lot more to it. They have, since they have, and and again, I don't know where we get media from, so without reading, I don't follow a lot of this, but I do see where a lot of what's being said is there's a big homeless sweep taking place in San Francisco right now. She's publicly come out and said, we're going to clear our streets because we lost 11 conventions last year. She didn't say that, but she's getting so much pressure from the union, those folks. So with that being said, if we can just tone it down a hair, and I, put you in charge of that, the RA request is going to be pretty minimal because it's only a 9-month-old program that replaced an 18-year-old program to facilitate her program with the homeless issue. With that, we're not saying we won't take them. We're just saying there has to be someone other than our staff here to accept them. And I don't think under the, and I don't know about any of these media sources. I know some of this is coming out of the Chronicle that I got. Some of it is coming from the San Francisco's own home or website and stuff. So I think all we're asking is we get the same benefits that, and I can't remember, does our TAP program let the DHHS know in that county that they are sending that person? Then that's maybe something we could add to ours, just saying this person is contacting. I don't know if that's, with 9 people a month, that wouldn't add much to the program, but our TAP program was very limited, and it's been a very useful program. That doesn't include the people that Betty sends out and other people fund to send out. So it's just a thought.
Huh? Well, I'm ready to make a motion, but I wanted Connie to be able to answer Supervisor Arroyo's question.
I see the Health and Human Services Director for San Francisco on a regular basis, monthly or maybe every other month. So I can definitely have a conversation with him. One of the things that my takeaway from all of the media that I've read, and even the policy that we just got last night, otherwise you would have that today also, but they changed their program based on direction from their council, from the city of San Francisco. And so that's when I first started hearing about this, that's why I reached out to you all and said, if you have connections with people in San Francisco, please have a conversation with them. Because we want to be partners in this issue. We don't want to, PRA and be San Francisco's problem. We want to help with this issue. So that's, and maybe the PRA was a little strong, and if I would have seen the policy that I just saw last night, if I would have seen that before, then we could have taken that out anyway. So that's all I wanted to say.
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I do want to say that my constituent base I've heard about this in the last 2 weeks a lot, and a lot of concern, about what are we going to do? We can't even take care of our own. We can't even shelter our own. And so the community, and I don't know about the rest of the supervisors, but the community, especially in the southern Humboldt area where services are very limited, is very concerned. And also, ironically enough, one of the houseless folks said to me, I'm scared. I don't, they have their own community and they're comfortable within their communities. And oftentimes that's why they don't want to relocate, because they don't know anybody in Eureka, and they have familiarity in their own houseless community, and it scares them as well, thinking that other folks are, are they going to disrupt? And so it is, it's concerning. I would make a motion to receive and file the report, and thank you for that, and thank you for all the work that DHHS does, especially, and I know it's in all of our districts, but I profoundly appreciate the communication and the work that happens in my district. And then I would also make a motion to allow for the chair and Director Beck to rework the letter and get it appropriate as Supervisor Wilson had said.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. We'll start with you, Chair Bohn.
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, and thank you guys for all the work and sticking around till 1:30.
Thank you.
I think it's been an hour and a half now.
With that, hour and 15 minutes. With that, we are adjourned.